Good afternoon. Welcome to this meeting of the Northern Planning Committee. I am Councillor Paul Wynne, Chairman of the committee in the chair. Some housekeeping to do. We're not expecting a fire drill today. In the event of an alarm sounding, please leave the building and gather at the front of the building. I'm obliged to inform you that this is a meeting is being live streamed and recorded. But I also ask you to please ensure.
Can you read this version because it was amended?
Oh, sorry.
So,
yeah, okay. I'm just. It's been amended. First housekeeping. Leave the building via the fire exit at the back of the meeting room and gather at the front of the building. I'm obliged to inform you that this meeting is being live streamed and recorded. Could I also ask you to please ensure that mobile phones are switched off and to ensure the volume of your laptops are muted. To ensure members of the committee and all points raised by the public speakers are properly heard, I must advise you that I will not tolerate any disruptive behaviour. This is a meeting held in public, not a public meeting. And if such behaviour takes place and persists, I will adjourn the meeting. Members should ensure that they are present through the meeting, as you cannot vote on any item if you have not heard all the debate. Can members and officers introduce themselves each time before they speak, so those listening know who is speaking? Please ensure that your microphones to allow people to watch and live stream to hear the discussion. I shall ask now members of the committee and officers to introduce themselves. So Roy, can I start with you, please?
I'm Councillor Roy Allcroft from Market Drayton, War and Norton in Hales.
Ted Clark, Councillor for Basin Hill.
Councillor Joyce Barrow, Councillor for St Oswald.
Julian Dean, Councillor for Port Hill. Nigel Harding, Councillor for Clun Division, substituting for Councillor Nat Green.
David Evans from Church Stretton and Craven Arms Division. Councillor Roger Evans, representing the Longdon Division.
Thank you. Councillor Jeff Elner, representing Ellesmere Urban.
David Vasmer from Underdale and Shrewsbury.
Right, the officers now. Could you start, please, Gemma?
Apologies.
Oh, sorry, Vince, I got back here.
Oh, sorry.
Councillor Vince Hunt, Councillor for Lanham Munnock, and I am the Vice Chair of this committee.
Thank you, Gemma.
Apologies. Gemma Lawley, Developing Highways Manager for Shropshire Council.
AJ Patel, Highways Consultant to Shropshire Council.
Martin Sutton, County Arboriculturalist.
Suzanne White, Specialist Practitioner of Ecology, Shropshire Council. Tracy Dark, Assistant Director of Economy and Place.
Mike Davis, Consultant Planner.
Tabitha Lith, Planning and Development Services Manager.
Miranda Garrard, Head of Legal and Democratic Services.
Christina Hawley, Barrister. I'm instructed by Legal and Democratic Services on behalf of the Local Planning Authority.
Tim Collard, Assistant Director for Legal and Governance.
Andy Wigley, Policy and Environment Service Manager.
John Bellis, Floodways Manager for Shropshire Council.
Rafael Viana, Civil Engineer for Waterman Group.
Phil Edge, Contaminated Land Specialist for Waterman Group.
Matt Clark, representing Shropshire Council's Regulatory Services Department, for which I previously spent 10 years working for.
Thank you very much. When people speak, just make sure your microphones are well up towards you, because so everybody can hear you, okay? I'm sure you can hear me. Anyway, right, item 1, apologies for absence. Gary Bridgette is substituted by Roy Allcroft, Steve Chalmey is substituted by David Evans, and Nat Green substituted by Nigel Harting. 2, public questions, none received within the perimeters of this constitution. 3, is there any disclosable pecuniary interests? Looking around the room. Thank you, Roger.
Chairman, I have a need to disclose that I am chairman of Handwood Parish Council. They made the decision and it is recorded in the agenda today, but I'm here to listen and make the decision on the results and what is said today and in the report. Can I also say that I've got 2 points of order I want to raise, please?
Yes, certainly.
Okay. First one is, in the report, I note that at the end of the report, it's got background papers which are completely blank. However, in the report, it does make note of the Oxon Link Road. Should not those papers have been listed as relevant to here? Because it does make a note that some of that discussion in the report, especially at the beginning, that these are mentioned, but the papers and the reports do not appear. And then also, I noticed that the present cabinet member is noted in the report. Were not other councillors involved in holding that position since this first started in 2021?
Thank you. Miranda?
In terms of background papers, it usually means previous reports to the planning committee. We don't normally refer to other council reports because it wasn't about a planning decision. The Oxon Link Road never went to planning committee.
You just tell me to do that, please.
And the previous cabinet member is the current cabinet member, isn't it?
Current cabinet member, yeah.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, the background papers usually for planning committee refer to maybe any previous planning reports, and the Oxon Link Road never came to planning committee, albeit there was an application, so that would probably explain that. And in terms of the cabinet member noted at the end of the report, that would always note the current cabinet member rather than previous cabinet members during the course that an application has been in for consideration by the planning service. It's not unusual for applications to be with planning service for some time, and cabinet members do occasionally change. I'm not aware of any occasion where there's been a sort of history of cabinet members during the time the application has been submitted.
If I can, Chairman, pursue it a little bit more, I assume that no member who has been involved in the production of this report is here around the table today. I have not checked, but I presume they were not responsible for any part of this report that is before us.
Yes, yeah.
Through you, Chair, no member has been involved in the production of this report. It's a report by officers advising this committee.
Thank you, Roger. Jeff? Oh, no, sorry, no, Jeff. Any others? No? Okay. All right. We'll move on. Yep. Item 4, Welshpool Road, Bicton Heath, Shrewsbury, Shropshire. The application. Tabitha Lyle and Mike Davis are presenting and doing the public speaking. Thank you. So, I'll hand over to you, Tabitha, or Mike.
Good afternoon. The Northwest Relief Road is something that has been discussed for around 30 years now. It's an application that has recently been submitted in March 2021. Prior to that, there had been numerous rounds of discussion and options of routes that had been looked at. The application today ahead of us has had various rounds of consultation, and amendments have been secured following comments received at consultation. This has led to the application being recommended to the committee today for approval with conditions and Section 106. One point of note is, unlike most other planning applications that we bring to committee, should the committee decide to refuse the application, there is no right of appeal as the applicant is the council. So I'll hand over to Mike, who is the case officer, for further details.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. The route to be considered... route to be considered is on the screen at present, and this is the application that is before us at present. However, I think it's useful to look at what's gone on previously, because there have been other routes considered over a period of time. The first set of routes considered were 1988, and these are shown on the slide at present. Then a second set of routes was considered in 2004, The background to these is contained at pages 3 to 9 in the report. Effectively, the current route was chosen because it was considered that this caused the least amount of environmental damage. The route is also the most expensive route chosen, which again is mentioned in the report. So at present, you will see an overview of the scheme which picks out some of the key points and features along the route itself. So hopefully that gives people an idea of where the actual route is going. This is a current photograph of Bicton looking eastwards towards Turncoat roundabout. So you can see at present it's very rural in character. Again, this is another view from Turncoat looking west towards Shepherd's Lane. Again, it emphasises the rural nature of the area at present. And again, this is Bicton at 7 Hospices looking towards Welshpool Road. Again, very rural in character. And this is Bicton looking southwards towards Shelton Rough and Holyhead Road at Shelton Hall. These are views of views from the Garden Berwick House looking southwest. And existing view from the footpath 94, Shrewsbury west southeast of Altman Park Farm, looking to southeast towards Hencote. Existing views again of the railway bridge west of Hencote House, which our members visited yesterday. This is an existing view from footpath 102, Shrewsbury off the Ellesmere Road, looking south towards the Ellesmere Road roundabout. Now, this is another view. This is another of the route map, which shows again points of interest along the route itself. Turning to the actual proposals themselves, this is the Turncoat roundabout, and obviously what you will notice now is the 5th arm of the current roundabout, which is the North West Relief Road arm. This is moving further along the road. This is Shepherd's Lane, and this details the pedestrian and cycle overbridge. What you'll notice is there's no vehicular access now across Shepherd's Lane or Colcott Lane as a result of the development. So we do have severance there, but that will actually cut down through traffic in those areas. This is Clayton Overbridge, which provides access to the Oxon Touring Caravan Park. Currently, the access to that is via the park and ride site, so that will not be that access will now be severed again by the road, and the new overbridge will provide access to the Oxon Touring Park going forward. This is Holyhead Road roundabout. This is where the Darwin Oak is situated, so it's a point of interest again along the route itself. Turning to the viaduct now, which is the part of the road which spans the River Severn. This is 690 metres in length and is 29.5 metres high at its highest point from the river itself. Again, we've got a number of viewpoints of this because it's probably the most visually prominent part of the development itself. That's an aerial view of the viaduct itself over the river, just to give people a flavour for that. Moving further along, this is the Berwick Road roundabout. And then here we have, moving further along again, Altman Park Wood and the Marches Overbridge, which you can see in the distance there. Then here we have the Marches Overbridge, and we also have the overbridge over the railway, which we looked at yesterday as part of the members' tour. This is view of south of Hencock Pool. Hencock Pool is an ecologically important site and is obviously discussed in the report, so just so people are aware of that, where that is. And then we come to the end of the actual road itself, and this is the Ellesmere Road roundabout, and what you'll see here is the existing roundabout and the new roundabout side by side, and this is where obviously the existing road network will meet the new North West Relief Road. Turning to the main issues now, what I would say is we've got the planning policy support in principle for the North West Relief Road dates back to the Joint Shropshire and Telford Structure Plan, which was adopted in 2002. And it was also included in the Shrewsbury and Atcham Borough District Plan in 2001. So turning to the actual main issues, clearly visual impact is a major issue. A landscape visual impact assessment was undertaken, and probably the viaduct and the overbridges probably have the greatest impact in terms of noticeable visual impacts. Then moving on, obviously pollution is a major source of concern from people, particularly in relation to noise and air quality. Climate change has been mentioned, and I need to do a correction here because the Climate Change Act in 2008 was amended in 2019 to reduce greenhouse gases by 100%. So there's an amendment to para 7.411 of my report. Next, obviously, biodiversity and loss of trees, particularly important in relation to this. There's a loss of 9 veteran trees, which are classed as irreplaceable habitat. So as part of this, we come on to paragraph 180C of the National Planning Policy Framework. And as part of that, we need to consider the impacts of this in relation to wholly exceptional circumstances, and then whether there's a suitable compensation strategy available. In terms of the compensation strategy, the proposal set out on page 162, and basically these consist of a 6-to-1 ratio in terms of replacement trees in relation to the 9 veterans lost, and then there's 14 other trees which are impacted by air quality on land owned by the council or Berwick Estates, which are impacted by air quality issues. So the proposal there is to retain those trees, but add 2 extra trees in, which would mean provision of 84 parkland trees. There's also the loss of 0.62 hectares of wet woodland, which is classed as priority habitat. And the issue here is that whilst we've looked at, the applicant has looked at being able to replace wet woodland elsewhere, the difficulty comes down to ground conditions in terms of that, so that's not been possible. So they are proposing broadleaf woodland planting elsewhere as a suitable replacement. Then we turn to the other issue in relation to the water environment. Particular concerns have been raised regarding impacts on the source protection zone arising from the construction and future operation of the North West Relief Road. Then there's highways and transportation issues around severance of existing routes, including footpaths, bridle ways and existing road network. And then obviously public transport improvements as well, which which have been considered as part of the proposals. Then we turn to construction impacts. There's various issues in relation to this in terms of environmental health issues, obviously highways issues, and then the ecological impacts during the construction phase. Coming towards the end now, there's obviously impacts in terms of the historic environment. So again here, any harm needs to be weighed against the public benefits in terms of the historic environment. There's just another correction in relation to page 184 of the report, paragraph 7.14.30. It needs to be deleted. Above ground designation and non-designated assets, that needs to be taken out there. So it's below ground assets in particular that we're concentrating on there, as the above ground impacts can't be mitigated against. Finally, there's been a review of the environmental impact assessment. This was carried out by third-party consultants engaged by the local planning authority, and this has found that the environmental impact assessment submitted by the applicants has been both comprehensive and robust. So all these concerns obviously need to be then balanced out against the economic benefits of the proposals. Whilst there's clearly conflicts with the individual local plan policies, overall the proposals are considered to be in compliance with the development plan, and a recommendation is therefore for approval subject to appropriate conditions.
Thank you, Mike. Okay, we'll move on to the speakers then. We have a lot of speakers. Just to remind you, some have 3 minutes, some have 5 minutes. Be very strict on time. There's no going over time limit. You'll be stopped speaking as soon as your time's up. There's a clock there you can see clearly, so please keep to it. Thank you very much. So, going again, so we've got Scott Brecken, Morris Leisure. Would like to come forward, please? You have 3 minutes. The clock will start when you start speaking, okay?
Chair and members of the committee, our oral representation is on behalf of our client Patterson Enterprises Limited Trading as Morris Leisure. We do not object to the principle of the North West Relief Road. However, it is the wholly inadequate details submitted and the lack of proper and full consideration of the proposal which our objection is based on. The traffic model does not reflect reality. It wrongly assumes only a single vehicle queuing at the Churncote roundabout and 14 at Sundorne roundabout in existing peak hour conditions, which anybody travelling along Shrewsbury or around Shrewsbury would know simply does not reflect the true position. The model should be replicated, the actual delays experienced at those roundabouts, and it does not. The reality is that because of the actual congestion, the model assumes does not and will not exist. Many drivers will either stay on the existing routes or divert to alternatives. This error in the scheme's very foundation has impacts not only on the required road design, but also the predicted noise, air quality and CO2 impacts. The proposal is to monitor and manage the network, then deal with the problems afterwards, which is simply inadequate where this is based on wholly inaccurate evidence base. The Environment Agency's position is clear. They are not sufficiently reassured at this stage of the effects of the proposal on a number of issues, and particularly water quality. They require further information to allay their concerns and are advised that the EIA needs to be more robust and risk mitigation fully explored prior to the determination of this application. They consider that conditions do not overcome their concerns in the absence of sufficiently comprehensive and clear information to indicate the full direct and indirect impacts of the proposal, and that such impacts can be adequately addressed and mitigated. It would be quite wrong to grant planning permission in the face of the EA's response. There has not been proper and full consideration of veteran trees. No evidence has been put forward to show that the road cannot be realigned and speed limits are limited to negate the loss of veteran trees. Until such an assessment has been undertaken, wholly exceptional reasons to remove veteran trees in accordance with MPPF paragraph 180 does not exist. The EQIA has failed to adequately address the effects of the scheme. It makes limit-specific reference to the proposed overbridges and does not specifically assess the effects on the occupants who will use Oxon Caravan Park. It concludes in that respect of the protected characteristics of age and disability. there is the potential for positive impacts in the use of the bridge. On this basis, there will be clearly be a detrimental impact to the aged and disabled pedestrian occupants of Oxon Caravan Park because of the proposed location of the overbridges. This aspect of the is not considered in the IQA. The full
Thank you,
heritage
Scott.
arms
I'm
have
afraid
not
your
been...
3 minutes are up. Thank you very much. Cheers. Okay, we have one against now. Can you stop clapping, please? Stop clapping. It's not a public meeting. Thank you. We have a written statement now from Rachel Dania, which Miranda will read out. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Rachel Denia states, I don't believe that the project in its current format is appropriate. This design is outdated and will not bring the benefits some suggest to the local community or indeed surrounding communities. It is not the correct design for reducing traffic within Shrewsbury or for improving through traffic in the area. The road will destroy areas of greenbelt, which should be everyone's concern. This road will be built on the one section of the town which has been previously untouched by mass development. It is extremely important to preserve this for future generations. A single road design is pointless. Due to the significant amount of housing being built in the Bowbrook-Bicton area of Shrewsbury, and needless to say, future developments, it will soon become a local road and a cut-through. Churncote Roundabout. It will cause congestion in all directions. This will lead to impatience in drivers and queuing, which will increase pollution. It will have a detrimental impact on the lives of residents who live near the road. This is not acceptable. I live in Ryton 11 Towns, and although some argue that this road will be of benefit to the village in terms of reducing traffic cutting through our village, I don't agree with this. Our village is a cut-through for people wanting to go from Oswestry to Battlefield and vice versa. As a driver, I would not travel to Churncote Roundabout to use this road as it increases time and mileage. My friends who live in Oswestry all say the same thing and will not alter their route. Why would any driver take a longer route and increase driving time when the existing route is quicker and shorter? I also fear that bringing traffic to Battlefield, Audi Garage, will actually encourage drivers to travel this way, especially when they realise that a shorter route exists. They will use the lanes to Shataton. I think this project has the potential to actually increase traffic in our village. Our village is 11 miles away from Churncote Roundabout and 9 miles from Battlefield, Audi Garage. We are not local to this proposed road. Our village residents are not the ones who will have to live with the negative impact this road will have on their lives 24 hours a day, 365 days of the year, or who will have to live in an area where the countryside and natural habitat around them has been destroyed. Our views pale into insignificance compared to the villages and communities which will be directly impacted. At the time of writing, there are 226 supporters and 5,301 objections to the road scheme. That is an overwhelming majority against the proposal, and I implore you to listen to their voices. Hospice. This is a valuable asset, and one of the many pleasing aspects is the peace and tranquility. There is not a price you can put on this when a family member is in their care. The thought of road noise disturbing the solace of gardens when a family member needs a moment to reflect is something I find deeply troubling. There are certain aspects of life which leave a lasting memory. Saying goodbye to a loved one is one of those.
Thank you, Miranda. Please restrain from clapping. Please restrain from clapping. It's not a public meeting. Come on. Right, Tina Taru, local resident. Would you like to come forward, please? You have 3 minutes, Tina, so you'll start the clock when you start speaking.
I want to speak today for the trees.
Is your microphone on? Light?
The red light's on.
Okay, all right.
Thank you. I want to speak today for the trees. The sycamore gap tree, the Covington pear, Roald Dahl's wood, the trees of Sheffield and Plymouth. Recent examples in the media of trees that have caused public outcry because they died unnecessarily. The outcry was followed by an outpouring of genuine national grief for something lost, almost a subconscious acknowledgement that we have sold part of our soul in pursuit of nothing more than money or notoriety. Trees stand quiet and unobtrusive through our lives. Only when they're gone do we realise how much they gave us for free. Shade, shelter, fruit, beauty, oxygen, they mark the seasons, store carbon, provide a home for wildlife. And for us they hold memories, a link with the past, with our culture and ancestors, keepers of time. Yet they have no protection, nothing. If they happen to get in the way of a development, they are just removed. Can you imagine doing that to a 500-year-old building? The suggestion that you could demolish St Chad's Church in Shrewsbury and rebuild it elsewhere is utterly ludicrous. Yet every day, veteran and ancient trees are simply chainsawed to the ground on the promise that other trees will be planted to replace them. Time and time again, this promise is broken. Some saplings may get planted, but they are seldom looked after and die when they are out of the public eye, as has happened with the Covington pear, which was in the way of HS2. Even if they do get going, it takes over 350 years for an oak tree to gain the biodiversity that old trees already have right now. Each and every mature tree is an ecosystem in itself, home to thousands of creatures, insects, birds, bats, fungi, lichens, ferns. No mitigation is possible here. These trees are literally irreplaceable. Shrewsbury has its own sycamore gap tree in the 550-year-old Darwin oak, plus numerous other old oaks with no names in the way of the road. By accident of fate, these trees remain picturesquely nestled in Shrewsbury's green wedge, despite centuries of floods, droughts, wars and battles. But for how much longer? Can they survive Shropshire Council's Northern Planning Committee? During the pandemic, we started to get a sense of what is important in life. With time to reflect, we realised that money is not the be-all and end-all. We don't need more roads, we need bonds. Bonds with our families, friends and community, bonds with the environment that we rely on for food and shelter, bonds with our past and with our future. That is what we stand to lose here in return for 4 miles of road, which will at best shave a few minutes off journey times. Is it worth it? Since the road was proposed, the world has changed. Over 5,000 objections to this scheme shout out loud and clear that a great many Shropshire people do not want this costly, unnecessary, carbon-intensive and environmentally damaging road. We no longer trust our leaders to protect our heritage and keep us and future generations safe from impending climate breakdown. So I ask again, is it worth it?
Thank you, Tina. No time. Please stop the stream. Lady in the back there, lady in the back row, please stop clapping, all right? Else I'll ask you to leave the room. It's your choice, all right? Okay. Frank Oldgate, Oldacre, you'd like to come forward, please.
Good afternoon. I want to bring to your attention two aspects of this application. First is the implication of building the bridge and viaduct across the green wedge, that unique continuous green space coming almost to the town centre from the countryside to the northwest. This is a precious feature that is significant in making Shrewsbury so special. It's very much appreciated by everyone, whether on the river, walking, riding or driving along Berwick Road. The consultants who drew up the big town plan enthused about it, pointing out how important it was to the character of the town. But the bridge and viaduct will ruin it, visually and from road noise. The proposal is made worse by the decision to not have the elegant Darwin-themed structure proposed as an alternative, to adopt one of minimum cost instead. So the application includes a functional structure. But what will this look like from the river, or from footpaths, or from Berwick Road? We don't know, because no drawings are included in the application to help us understand. The applicant has offered just 3 drawings, which are just out of context structural details. I'm sure this committee has seen many applications, even for minor house extensions, where more effort has been put in to satisfy the requirement of showing what the development would look like. Consultations and publicity have only used aerial views, which never convey the impact the structure will have at ground level. To be asking you to give planning permission for such a massive structure in such a sensitive location on the basis of the drawings offered is presumptuous. My second point concerns the effect of the scheme on greenhouse gas emissions. The country is committed to net zero by 2050 and Shropshire Council intends to reach net zero by 2030, also expressing the intention to lead by example. So why is there no quantified plan for dealing with the emissions from the road that acknowledges the urgency? The emissions from construction amount to 48,000 tonnes, and it's estimated the scheme reduces emissions by 359 tonnes per annum. To suggest that it is okay to be countering the 48,000 by deducting 359 for every year of the life of the road is nonsense. There's no commitment to offset any quantity of emissions, and just a mention about using biochar in the road surfacing, which is an unproven technology. A proper verified plan should have been included with the application. For these and the many other deficiencies in the proposal, I ask that you refuse planning permission.
Thank you very much, Frank. Well timed. There we go. Here we go again. I'm sorry, lady in the back, I'm going to ask you to leave the room. I've asked you twice now. Sorry, it's your choice. No, it's your choice. Not to clap, and you have clapped. Can you leave the room, please?
Great democracy.
Right, we'll carry on. Okay, can we have the Streetley, please, a local resident. You have 3 minutes when you start speaking, Heather, okay?
I'm a long-term resident of Shrewsbury, and I'm going to talk about the North West Road's threat to Shrewsbury's water supply. I'm also a hydrogeologist with nearly 30 years' experience, and I've spent a lot of my career investigating Severn Trent Water's groundwater sources, like the Shelton borehole, which supplies Shrewsbury's drinking water. I have reviewed, I have reviewed the Council's risk assessment for the Shelton borehole, and like the Environment Agency and Severn Trent Water, I have found that this does not provide reassurance for the safety of our water supply. The Environment Agency uses source protection zones, or SPZs, to protect our groundwater from pollution. The SPZ1 is the area immediately surrounding the borehole, where the strongest regulations apply, since the borehole is most vulnerable in this area. Shropshire Council intends to build a large roundabout with high-speed traffic in the SPZ1 for Shelton borehole, even though the Council's own policies strongly discourage development within SPZ1. There have been no ground investigations in the SPZ1 area, so the nature of the ground is largely unknown. In the wider area, the deposits overlying the sandstone are variable and include highly permeable gravels. These provide no protection against pollution, and where they occur, there's a fast pathway for pollution into the sandstone aquifer and into the Shelton borehole. The complete lack of ground investigations at the roundabout site means we have a highly uncertain risk assessment. The officer's report says that the risk assessment is conservative, so the risk can be ignored. But the risk assessment actually says that accidents like spillage from overturned tankers do actually occur. So to mitigate this risk, the Council are planning to install an underground drainage system to capture any pollution before it seeps into the ground. This drainage system will need to be monitored using telemetry and maintained to ensure that it does not degrade or start to leak. And the Council will have to monitor and maintain this for as long as the road exists. Shropshire Council's poor record on road maintenance makes me extremely worried about them taking on this responsibility. If Shropshire Council fail to protect Shelton borehole, they'll be liable to pay for the damages, and this will cost tens of millions of pounds. to replace the borehole or construct a treatment system, not to mention paying compensation to customers for loss of supply. This is a risk that Shropshire Council cannot take given their current financial situation. So everyone is agreed there's a risk from building a high-risk traffic junction in an SPZ1. The EA and Severn Trent Water and many other experts are not satisfied with the risk assessment that has been presented. Shropshire Council will have to invest significant money and staff time to maintain a drainage system to protect our drinking water. Do you trust them to do this for a long time into the future? It's your duty to fully consider this risk to our water supply before you make your determination.
Thank you very much, Heather. Right, now we have Paul Everall in support, local resident. Paul, you have 3 minutes. Clock starts when you start speaking.
My name is Paul Everall and I farm at Forton, Mumford Bridge. I have lived there for 58 years. The last 20 years, the unclassified road has become intolerable. The road past me is known by all the locals as the unofficial North West Relief Road. It is an unclassified road, not a motorway, not a dual carriageway, not an A road or even a B road, but an unclassified road. P.S. The government's guidance on road classification is A roads, major roads intended to provide large-scale transport links within or between areas. B roads, roads intended to connect different areas to feed traffic between A roads and smaller roads on the network. Unclassified road, local roads intended for local traffic. Local roads intended for local traffic. So I ask you, why are people using rat runs? Why are they not using the bypass? I'll tell you why. On Google Maps, if you drop a pin on the A5 just before Mumford Bridge going to Battlefield, which is over the last 20 years has grown massively commercially, the quickest and shortest route is past my house on the unclassified road through Mumford Bridge, Forton, Fitz, Huffley Lane to Battlefield Roundabout. It is 12 minutes, 7.5 miles. The next option is through town via Smithfield Road, 18 minutes, 8.4 miles. It does not even give you the option of the A5, A49. If you force the route, it is 20 minutes, 12.8 miles, nearly double the time and distance. Is there any wonder why people use the unofficial North West Relief Road? But the road is now dangerous, and it is only a matter of time until the unthinkable happens. The huge amount of traffic, the speed cars and lorries drive. There are many pinch points where the road is barely 3 metres wide. The new North West Relief Road will be 7.3 metres wide. The verges are destroyed, and the amount of dead birds and animals on the road upsetting. Cars can barely pass, and when 2 lorries meet, it becomes jammed. Then throw in the mix, farm machinery, absolute chaos. On an unclassified road, people should be able to walk and cycle safely. This is not possible. When it comes to myself, during rush hours especially, I have to ludicrously plan when I can go to my fields. You can hopefully see why I, my family, and all rural people living by rat runs need the North West Relief Road. I will finish with a definition of a relief road. A road taking traffic around rather than through a congested urban area, and hopefully off unclassified roads. Thank you.
We have John Gittins now, right in 11 Towns, local resident. Thank you very much.
My name is John Gittins, and I live in Wrighton 11 Towns, and I've lived there all my life, in a house alongside the main road that runs through the middle of the village. And I wish to speak in favour of the construction of the North West Relief Road.
I would like to describe how excessive numbers of vehicles travelling through the village are causing so much discomfort and danger to residents. There is no doubt that the traffic is a great disruption to normal village life, and what should be a quiet, tranquil village has become a through traffic route for vehicles travelling from Oswestry, North West Shropshire and Mid Wales, travelling to and from Shrewsbury and places to the north of Shrewsbury, particularly so in the morning and evening. I once heard a lady speaking on Radio Shropshire against building the new road. Her complaint was that she would be able to hear the traffic when out walking in her local wood if the new road was built. I can tell her that if you live in Wrighton, you can not only hear the traffic, you can see it, feel the vibrations, smell the fumes, and often have to dodge out of its way. The road through Wrighton is only 19 feet wide, with pavements in places less than 3 feet wide. So you can imagine how uncomfortable and dangerous it feels if walking on the pavement when two vehicles meet. Vehicles can pass within inches of you. People choose to travel through Wrighton via the Shothatton Crossroads because it is the most direct route to get to Shrewsbury or to the north of it from the places I have previously described, and it takes 12 miles to do so. But in taking this route, you have to travel not only through the middle of Wrighton, but also the middle of Baschurch, Walford Heath and Leeton. When the new road is built, we will be able to continue along the A5 from the Shothatton Crossroads towards Shrewsbury, and at the Welshpool Island, take the new road to the north of Shrewsbury, a distance of 12 miles again. The same as if travelling through Wrighton. But all of your journey will be on A roads, and none of it through built-up areas. So surely it's a no-brainer as to which route drivers would wish to take. There is, of course, the environment issue, which we cannot be ignored. But these issues are extensively covered, it seems to me, in the planning proposals. And it's amazing, I've found over the years, how quickly nature can recover, especially if it has some help. Surely there's a balance that needs to be considered between some temporary disruption to the environment and wildlife against the continued disruption of lives of all those people living in the villages affected by the traffic, which I'm convinced the North West Relief Road will ease.
Thank you very much, John. Okay, we have next speaker, Nick Bardsley, resident. Nick, you have 3 minutes, okay?
Thank you, Chairman. I've been the local councillor for Wrighton and Baschurch since May 2013, and the issue of rat-run traffic has been a major issue for the rural villages in Wrighton and Baschurch throughout that period, and also, as you've already heard, for the neighbouring villages, Montford Bridge, Beaumer, Fitz, where vehicles travelling between the A5 and the north side of Shrewsbury and vice versa are using totally unsuitable roads to get to and from their workplace. You can't blame the drivers. What other realistic option do they have? I'm not going to say any more about Wrighton 11 Towns. You've just heard from Mr. John Gittins, who has lived there all his life and knows Wrighton much better than I do. But you will notice that the parish councils, not just in Wrighton 11 Towns, but in Beaumer and Montford, all support this application. They all suffer now, members, now, from the environmental damage caused by heavy traffic. That's noise, vibration, air pollution, danger to local road users, children getting to and from local schools, people on horseback, cyclists, and above all, pedestrians. I haven't heard from anyone so far this afternoon what the plan is if the road is not built for these rural villages. I respect very much the views of many of those, some of them in my area, who are opposed to the building of the road. I share their views generally on many environmental issues, as does Shropshire Council. But I don't agree that we can somehow do without the road. We needed the road just over 30 years ago, in 1992, when the Southern Bypass opened. Since then, our local economy, local house building and numbers of local people living in Shropshire all have expanded significantly. These numbers will grow again in the next 30 years. So the North West Relief Road is needed more than ever. I urge members of this committee to accept the report's recommendations and to vote in favour of granting the application before you.
Thank you, Nick. Right, now we have Daniel Kowalski, our local MP for Shrewsbury and Hatcham. You have 3 minutes, Daniel.
Mr. Chairman, good afternoon. This is only the second time in 18 years as Member of Parliament for Shrewsbury that I have spoken at a planning meeting. The other occasion was to campaign against the co-location of the Shrewsbury Sixth Form College with the Shrewsbury College of Art and Technology on London Road. But I feel so strongly about this project and its necessity for Shrewsbury's long-term economic prosperity that I've taken advantage of coming to speak to you this afternoon. It was the late Graham Galliers of Shrewsbury Business Chamber who first took me to his office next to the Barnabas Church, put a huge map on the table and explained to me why it was so important for the local business community here in Shrewsbury and Shropshire for this road to be constructed. I'm very proud to have worked tirelessly in the House of Commons over many years to secure the massive investment that this road will bring for our constituency and the major economic benefits it will have. We have seen a huge expansion of Shrewsbury over the last 18 years whilst I've been the Member of Parliament. And as the planning authority, you yourselves will be very cognizant of the huge number of houses that are being built in our constituency. We're seeing tremendous congestion in our town. And speaking as a resident of Coton Hill myself, I see at first hand the difficulties of getting across town at peak times. We need to build for future generations. We need to think like the Victorians. We need to think about those people who will be here in 40, 50 years' time. And if Shrewsbury continues to grow at the pace it has done, we need to ensure that we start building not just for ourselves, but also for them. I believe there is a silent majority of constituents in my constituency who support the road. And in the surveys that we've undertaken, that is certainly the case. I urge you all to support this application. And I thank you for the opportunity of addressing you. And in the time I have remaining, I am obviously delighted that the government has recently announced further funding for this scheme to alleviate financial pressure on the council. And should you grant permission, I will continue to work tirelessly with you to ensure that the government continues to support this very important infrastructure project that we've had to compete with so many other parts of the United Kingdom to secure this investment. I'm extremely proud of my team who have worked very hard on this, and I urge you to support the application. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Okay. We have David Green now, Better Transport Shrewsbury. You'd like to come forward? David,
thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to focus on 2 words from the officer's report. They are wholly and exceptional. This is the criteria set out by the National Planning Policy Framework, where the removal of veteran trees is involved. The case for the road, however, that's put in the officer's report is far from wholly exceptional. WSP's own model shows a predicted 20 to 25% reduction in We have to remember this is only a model. This isn't real life. This, in real life, induced traffic will very quickly fill any space corrected, and very soon the roads will be as busy as they are today. By the way, and they should be 25% is what the model suggests. The model also was no evidence at all. For any traffic reduction in the lanes through Fitz and right in 11 towns. Nothing. Meanwhile, you see increased traffic if this road is built. Meanwhile, there may be some small improvement in air quality in the town centre. This again is likely to be minor and very short. Never make up for the carbon cost of building it. Shropshire Council apparently owns these emissions. Really? It would be very difficult for them to cover their existing carbon emissions, never mind take on such an extra responsibility. There are, however, several exceptional things about this scheme, including the landscape is some of the best we have, and there are very good reasons why this difficult terrain has never been built on. Also, including the Environment Agency, Shrewsbury Town Council, Oswestry Town Council, so on and so on and so on. This level of opposition is unprecedented, and excellent detailed technical objections have been made. So the case for the North West Road is far from contrary to the National Planning Policy Framework, and you should reject it today. Thank you.
Thank you, David. We'll just, before we get the next speaker up, we'll just see if we can sort this microphone out. Have we got any IT people around? Ashley, please. Could Richard
Just a quick point of order, just how you're intending to run the meeting. Some quite interesting issues have been raised so far. Will we have the opportunity to ask officers to respond to some of the points raised by members of the public? Before we get into the actual debate? How do you intend to play it?
No, actually, to the speakers.
No, she wants
Not necessarily. No, there are some issues that have been raised, for example, that have been raised by a number of speakers on the modelling for rat runs, for example, which I'm interested to see what our traffic officers have to say.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm just wondering whether you would allow us to inquire of officers before you open it up to debate.
Yes, fine, yes. Yeah.
Where's the next speaker?
Yeah, so if Richard could come up ready for when we can carry on.
Was it William?
Are you're not speaking? Oh, sorry.
Was it William Reid?
Oh, William Reid then, sorry. We can't carry
Hello, are you the IT one?
Could you just test it, please, and see if it's working okay? So, could on give it a go?
Mic test. Can you hear it fine?
That's all right at the moment.
Is it working okay?
Just be standing in the background, please, just in case, all right? Thanks very much. Okay, sorry about that. So, William, yeah, you've got 3 minutes when you start speaking. The clock will start, okay?
Thank you. I'm Will. I live in Dalton Drive, immediately next to the planned road, one of more than 40 people. From the back windows of the house, the view is beautiful. Trees, fields, wildlife, fresh, healthy air fills my young daughter's bedroom. In summer, the woodpecker bangs on the old horse chestnut tree, and in the long evenings, when life goes quiet, shadowy bats flutter about. But it's not just mine to admire. I happily share it with all of Shrewsbury and beyond. People from the whole town enjoy the gorgeous world behind us. Families, runners, and dog walkers stumble down Shelton Rough along the Seven Way, steadily progressing alongside the river and eventually past Darwin's old house. In the snow, Shelton Rough is alive with children, hundreds of them, half of the town's young, sledging down one of the only car-safe steep slopes. It's a very happy and beautiful place. Replacing it with a hideous chunk of concrete ugliness would be heartbreakingly disastrous, not just for my neighbourhood, but for the whole town. But, you may be thinking, for me, a person wanting to drive quickly from the west of the town to the north and back, sad as it might be for the NIMBYs, I'll get what I want. So let's ignore local residents, the air pollution, the sledging kids, the whole town's overwhelming rejection online and at the local elections, ignore the threatened wildlife, the disastrous amounts of pollution, the destruction of our heritage, our history, the disgraceful disrespect of Darwin's legacy. Let's get to the elephant in the room. It's about money. Shropshire Council are in a dire financial state. They've made some dismal investments and managed the finances with eye-watering levels of incompetence. The road offers them an escape. With the access it would provide, they could develop all of that land in exchange for continuous, valuable council tax. But with normal build-up of traffic, plus all those new estates, traffic-wise, we'll be worse off than when we started. It's not a relief road, it's a deceive road, while duplicitously declaring a climate crisis. Today, they wish to rip up the very place which inspired the study of life, pumping out 48,000 tonnes worth of pollution to destroy it. So should we keep repeating the same old, tired mistakes which led us to the brink of disaster, or should we demand better, wiser options, something Darwin himself might have been proud of? Thank you.
Thank you, William. Okay. Right, we have Peter Gilbert, please. Sustainable Transport, Shropshire.
I should like to draw your attention to Shropshire's Local Transport Plan 3. The plan runs from 2011 to 2026, meaning it is extant. Its policies essential to whether or not the need for the road has been demonstrated, but these aren't actually discussed in the officer's report. Quote, Policy E4, Network Capacity Management Hierarchy. First, reducing demand through encouraging...
Peter, is your microphone on? Is the light on?
So, there you go. You switched it off.
Okay, I was told to press the button when I sat down.
Tell you what, do you want to start again?
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so can you start the clock again, please?
Bear with a minute. There you go.
There you go.
Okay. I should like to draw to your attention Shropshire's Local Transport Plan 3. The plan runs from 2011 to 2026, meaning it is extant. Its policies are central to whether or not a need for the road has been demonstrated, but these aren't discussed in the officer's report. Quote, Policy E4, Network Capacity Management Hierarchy. First, reducing demand through encouraging non-travel alternatives, car sharing, and use of sustainable modes, unquote. It includes second, third, and fourth priorities before ending with the lowest, fifth, new road links or bypasses, unquote. The policy makes clear that building roads is literally the very last thing the council will do to resolve congestion. And I quote again, only where these measures have been demonstrated to be insufficient to tackle the problem will we consider physical improvements, unquote. Shrewsbury Integrated Transport Package has not been implemented in full. Sustainable modes have been actively discouraged. Were axed, a real downer for anyone with an early or late shift or heading home after going out. Also axed was every Sunday and bank holiday service in the county. These changes ended buses as a practical way of getting around town without a car. In 2012 and 2018, so years after the banking crisis, but still before the pandemic, that was 40%, and park and ride departures and passenger numbers reduced by 33%. So you can see why we don't believe the applicant has demonstrated the insufficiency of sustainable transport modes and the other policy interventions. I'd now like to quote again from LTP3 Policy E4. These measures, meaning all the measures listed in priorities 1, 2, 3 and 4, will always be fully explored before the construction of new roads is considered. Yet it is 2 decades since Shropshire County Council explored sustainable alternatives to building this road. Incidentally, surveyed residents were much more in favour of improved bus services and the cycle routes than a northwest relief road. 2 decades. Things have changed enormously since. We now understand there's a climate emergency in what we must do, and a pandemic with long-lasting effects on mobility. LTP3 Policy E4, if you're not familiar with it, I do think you should read it before reaching your decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Okay, can we have Sally Maddox, please, to come up? Sally Maddox to come up. Sorry. Oh, sorry about that. I'll bring it closer. So I'll switch mine off when you switch yours on, all right? Hopefully we'll have success.
It's on now, isn't it? Yeah.
If the lights are on, yeah.
Okay. There needs to be careful thought as to how Bicton Parish Council does not become marooned, bounded by the A5, the North West Relief Road and the River Severn. We forecast long waits on the B4380 in both directions at the Holyhead Road roundabout due to the volume of traffic using the Relief Road. If this becomes a busy or dangerous junction, residents might travel to Montford Bridge, Preston Montford and the Welshpool Road in order to avoid using it, giving rise to longer journeys, thus causing more pollution. We understand the need to reduce traffic in town, but the reduction is only modelled to be 1 in 4. A consolidated 58-page non-technical summary was only available yesterday, therefore any planning decision should be postponed until this can be widely read. Borehole and piling data is still not available to make an informed environmental and financial decision. The document says the North West Relief Road will create employment opportunities for local people, including those who have been in long-term unemployment, people with disabilities and young people with fewer opportunities. There is no evidence as to how this will be fulfilled. The northbound crawler lane for lorries needs to be reinstated in the design, otherwise it will become a permanent traffic jam on the Relief Road and people will avoid using it. The B4380 is already a rabbit run from the A5 at Montford Bridge to Shelton Water Tower. Drivers will continue to use this route instead of continuing to the Churncote junction, and thus will not reduce the traffic from Shepherd's Lane to North West Relief Road by the predicted 32% stated, especially in order to save 0.4 seconds as stated in the modelling. The bar graph shows a 146% increase in local traffic from Relief Road to B4380, thus just moving traffic from one area to another. Noise increase impact for homes on Colcott and Shepherd's Lanes will be significant, and there are currently 5 homes for sale on Colcott Lane, and we can understand why. It is not wide enough for separate cycle and pedestrian ways due to new legislation. Shropshire Council need to adhere to their commitment made in September 2020 on safe cycleways. It does not meet Core Strategy Policy 2 on sustainable transport because it fails to provide improvements or enhancements. The cheapest four-seater car in the electric car in the UK is £27,000, and until this is addressed, cars will continue to cause pollution in the town area. Pollution due to spillages and accidents along the route are concerns due to the areas of SSIs that it passes through. How will surface cleansing avoid contamination of these SSIs? Is the sealed drainage system able to cope with the increase in rainfall due to changes in weather patterns? Shropshire Council are also ignoring Severn Trent's recommendation for a reduced speed limit in an effort to protect Shrewsbury's water supply. Over hundreds of ancient and veteran trees will be lost along the route, and this violates...
Thank you, Sally. I'm afraid your time's up. Thank you.
Chairman, if I can ask, I think we've had over a dozen speakers so far. Are we going to continue hearing every speaker, every councillor, before we give officers a chance? Because how will, if some of the issues are not picked up by officers, will members be aware of what the answers are? This isn't normal, as I understand it.
Excuse me. You've been taking notes. You know what questions to ask. They know what they've said. So we'll have the speakers, all the speakers now. Thank you.
I think as the public have asked the questions and now we're on to parish councils, officers should come in now to do it rather than have all the parish councils and maybe local members asking questions. It is a long time. It is now 3:15. It's an hour and a quarter. Nearly 3:15, an hour and a quarter, over an hour of questions being asked with no answers being provided for members.
No. Thank you. We'll carry on. Right, Shrewsbury Town Council, Pam Mosley, would like to come forward, please. Chair of the STC Planning Committee. Sorry? No. No, it's not down on my list, Pam.
I was told I was going to speak.
Hang on, I'll just check with Ashley then.
Yes.
It's not my list, Pam, but apparently it's on the list over there. Okay, could you like to come forward, please? I haven't got your name, but it's down. Sorry about that. Can't be helped.
So I'm Alan Herbert, representing Beaumer Heath and District Parish Council.
Thank you. Thank you, Alan. You've got 3 minutes. Clock will start when you start.
It's unfortunate that we didn't receive timely or clear notice of this meeting, and perhaps it didn't make it onto everyone's agenda, and this opportunity to properly represent our parish, one of the communities most directly impacted by the proposals. Notice of the meeting was apparently issued only a week ago at the start of the school holidays, and even if it had been communicated to the councillors, it wouldn't have given us appropriate time for a considered response to be presented here. I don't have any record of our being made aware of any other invitation for the Parish Council to formally respond to these proposals. The Parish Council did consider the proposals in detail some 6 years ago, but that meeting now seems long ago and out of date, before the last council local elections. For the record, at that meeting, a majority of the council then existing was in favour of the proposals that were being promoted at that time. But since then, plans have evolved, and also the situation facing us as a community and more widely. Shropshire Council declared a climate emergency, and in Beaumer Heath, we have adopted a climate crisis action plan to complement action taken across Shropshire. We are actively pursuing actions to mitigate the biodiversity crisis, also impacting our local environment. A major new road will self-evidently facilitate more road transport and thus inevitably run counter to the measures we are now taking to protect the next generation's environment in Beaumer Heath and our rural communities. A concern is that the new road will facilitate the wrong sort of development in our rural communities. By making it easier to bypass Shrewsbury, it will favour new residents being able to commute by road to jobs outside our local communities rather than supporting our local economy. In the limited time we've had available, we've reviewed some of the most recent reports, And it's disappointing that the benefits identified in the traffic modelling actually stop before they get into our ward or division. They all stop at the beginning of Huffley Lane and don't predict anything going into Beaumer Heath or on the Berwick Road out to Leeton and Walford Heath. This short road link is highly controversial, seen by the protests today and many of the statements heard here just now. And we've not had the opportunity to consider the proposals in the context of the changed plans for Shrewsbury Town, the changed appreciation of our environmental situation and the crises we face, and the changed financial position that we face. So, whilst the PC does not in principle object to the proposals, I cannot give the support of Beaumer Heath Parish Council without properly having the opportunity to consider the proposals. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Alan. Right, Pam. Sorry about that. Sorry, Oh, right. Just going back before, Pam, it was written, you did put in your report that you were in support of the Relief Road back in when?
It is reported in the report attached to the agenda, but I looked back in minutes and agenda for the parish council meetings, and there was no discussion on the agenda or in the minutes at that time. I can only assume that someone has cut and pasted from an earlier comment.
Right.
But
Thanks
we
very much.
didn't make that comment at that time through the parish council.
Okay, thank you, Alan. Okay, Pam, you've got 3 minutes. Pam, thank you.
Thank you. I speak today to object to the building of the proposed road. Shrewsbury Town Councillors represent those residents most directly affected if the road is constructed. A special Town Council Planning Committee in May 21 voted overwhelmingly to reject the road. Very many other organisations covering many areas of interest have also objected or raised concerns, and there are over 5,000 public objections. This proposal contradicts Shropshire Council's stated commitment to follow policies that follow the hierarchy of traffic reduction, modal shift and electrification. A plan for sustainable transport to address congestion issues, support connective inclusivity, improve health and reduce greenhouse gas emissions is the only proper alternative to this massive road building scheme. This road will damage the ambitions of both the Town Council and Shropshire Climate Action Partnership, which includes Shropshire Council, seeking to achieve net zero carbon by 2030. The operational savings in CO2 production from the road will be dwarfed by the CO2 emissions from the construction of the road itself. Road usage would increase in the medium term due to induced demand. Shropshire Council's own modelling predicts worrying increases in traffic volume between the north and centre of the town. It is not expected to relieve traffic pressures, even by those who advocate for it. The communities of Bagley, Halscott and Battlefield will be especially affected. Future development facilitated by this road can only worsen the situation. Shrewsbury has a natural undeveloped quarter to the northwest due to its topography and a regularly flooding river making development unviable or impossible. The result of this geography is a unique and special area whose landscape value and biodiversity will be devastated by this road. The area is rich in wildlife home to birds, mammals and amphibians, whose habitats will be damaged. The route includes an area of wet woodland, a UK priority habitat of national importance, for which no suitable locations to provide compensatory habitat have been identified. Especially egregious is the loss of ancient woodland and ancient or veteran trees. These trees are irreplaceable. Some are over 300 years old, one tree over 500 years old, a tree that started its life when Henry VIII was on the throne. Trees and hedgerows full of wildlife will be lost, and even if replaced, there will be a significant period when the landscape, wildlife and ecosystems are fractured and lacking important connectivity. The Environment Agency and Severn Trent Water have expressed concerns about the quality of the town's drinking water provided through the Shelton Works boreholes and the Severn. While Severn Trent now accepts that concerns may be dealt with by condition, the Environment Agency maintain their position, holding that more information is required. The town's water supply is of such fundamental import that these unresolved issues pose a serious threat to all who live in Shrewsbury. In summary, this road is not the right solution to the town's traffic issues. The widespread opposition shows that. A letter on the proposal to the Town Council from the Department of Transport in May 22 concludes, the planning application process provides the opportunity for people to take part in the local decision-making process by expressing their views and raising any concerns about the scheme.
Thank you, Pam. I'm sorry.
Any objections raised during the planning process are for the local planning committee to consider. Therefore, committee, please listen to the voices who speak and vote to refuse.
Thank you, Pam.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right, we have a local member now. Rob Wilson, you'd like to come forward, please. Representing Copthorne. The difference is for members of the public, local member has 5 minutes to speak. You have 5 minutes, Rob, all right?
Thank you. At the last set of local elections in May 2021, I was elected to the Shropshire Council by the residents of Copthorne in Shrewsbury, with a clear plurality of votes. The proposed North West Relief Road was a major issue on the doorstep, especially as it was the headline policy of the previous councillor, who was also leader of Shropshire Council at the time. It is those residents who I represent here today. I wish to speak firstly for the people who live in the Shelton area, Dalton Drive, Shelton Hall Gardens, and other surrounding roads. The proposed road will pass within 70 metres of some of their homes. This will cause a significant loss of residential amenity. This is a quiet and peaceful community surrounded by nature along Shelton Lane. If granted planning permission, this environment will be changed forever by a 60-mile-per-hour single carriageway road and a viaduct bringing noise and pollution to the area. For what benefit? The issues on the doorstep extended far beyond Shelton. One of the major benefits suggested is reductions in traffic within Shrewsbury. I want to encourage members of this committee to consider this with particular care. The reductions are in many cases modest and in reality imperceptible. 81% of traffic on the Mount will remain. 3/4 of the vehicles on Smithfield Road will still be there. On top of this, there will be increases in many parts of the town. Shelton Road would see an increase in traffic of 150%, and Berwick Road over 140%. Berwick Road in particular is a road which is ill-equipped for the volume of traffic that it faces now. In both of these cases, that is more than doubling the existing level of traffic. It is not relieving traffic. Much has been made anecdotally of how the proposal will improve traffic in the rural areas of the northwest of the town, yet no modelling has been provided of this. Therefore, I conclude that this should not be taken into account in any planning decision by this committee today. Shropshire Council should have abided by its own local transport plan. The North West Relief Road is not a core policy in the plan. Policy E4 states that new road links and bypasses are at the bottom of the measure that the Council will consider to tackle and prevent congestion. If members of this committee have not fully appraised themselves of LTP3, I worry about the robustness of any decision taken today. The document is a litany of missed opportunities to make a real difference to transport in this county. The document itself states, we do not expect to promote full construction of the Shrewsbury North West Relief Road during the plan period. The plan period extends to 2026, and as yet, Shropshire Council has not produced even a draft replacement document. No real attempt has been made to enable a modal shift, which would reduce the overall level of traffic. In fact, this proposal will in some instances make it more difficult for pedestrians, cyclists and bus users. The shared use walking and cycling path along the road is, I'm afraid, a smokescreen. No attempt has been made to upgrade the designs to comply with LTN 120 on cycle infrastructure design, which this council said it would adopt in September 2020. This means that National Cycle Route 81 on the B4380, more commonly known as Shelton Road out to Bicton, will be severed by a roundabout, which will be more dangerous for pedestrians and cyclists moving between Bicton and Shrewsbury. This committee has been entrusted by the council to look at all of the evidence before it to make a decision on behalf of the entire county. Political expediency should not be allowed to trump fair-minded, professional decision-making here today. This decision is far too important for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Okay. Right, we have another local member now. Bowbrook, Alex Wagner, you'd like to come forward, please? You also have 5 minutes, Alex, okay?
Thanks for having me, Chair. As the member for Bowbrook and Bicton Heath, this is an issue over which I've had countless conversations with residents, the Churncott Roundabout and Shepherd's Lane being at the boundary of my division. Even 30 or 40 years from inception and 5 or 6 years from when our now former council leader, Peter Nutting, decided to push this project again, it seems clear to me that this scheme and this particular application pose more questions than answers. These are questions about our environment, about value for money, and about democracy in this county. And I speak about democracy because, as we've all been reminded a lot recently, Shrewsbury Town Council and the vast majority of councillors elected by the people of Shrewsbury haven't been supportive of the administration policy of ploughing ahead with this road at all costs. All cost is, of course, what we've ended up with. A blank cheque for an amount we don't yet know. Taxpayers in Shropshire and beyond have good reason to worry about this attitude. The leader of the council and our local MP have previously claimed that a silent majority support this project. Speaking as someone who can make a reasonable claim to having knocked more or as many doors in Shrewsbury as anyone in this room over the past few years, that majority seems incredibly silent. A cynic might say that's because it isn't there. This is an even greater issue when you consider that we don't sit here as members of the old Shrewsbury and Atcham borough, but of Shropshire. What do residents of Market Drayton and St Martin's get from this scheme? Out in Worfield and Alverley? What about residents in Clibbury Mortimer, Ludlow, in the Clun Valley, up at Pipegate and Ireland's Cross? The answer is very little. It's their council too, and they have a right to ask why so much time and money has been spent on this single project. But moving on to the specific merits and demerits of this scheme, the obvious point, which I'm sure other councillors have been at pains to make, is still the response of the Environment Agency. Shelton Water Tower is the other boundary of my division. Every time I walk, cycle or drive past it, I'm reminded of this. Because even if these plans are approved today, enormous questions remain about the impact that this scheme will have on the water resources aquifer from which Severn Trent draw their water supplies for Shrewsbury. The Cabinet Member for Highways has said that the Council continues to feel confident that these concerns can be addressed. A question I have is pretty simple. Why? What basis is there for this confidence? I haven't seen any evidence. None of the residents I represent have seen any evidence. So why should I, why should they, why should the Planning Committee take that at its word? I've seen zero evidence today that the fundamental matter of our town's drinking water has been put to bed or resolved. Then there's the matter of whether or not the North West Road will even do what it claims to, reduce traffic. Gaynes Park Way, in my division, will see an increase in traffic, even in the council's own modelling. Many parts of Coton Hill, like Berwick Road, the same, Halscott Lane, St Michael's Street, the list goes on. Similarly, though I think reducing town centre through traffic is an entirely noble aim and something we should seek to do, English Bridge will see an increase in cars. And more to the point, a cafe can't put tables and chairs out on a town centre street because it's got 25% less traffic. We don't really increase the pedestrian space available to people in Shrewsbury, to tourists, to visitors, to people across the county who come to our county town by going ahead with this. And of course, those are just the areas of modelling. As has been commented on earlier, we've no actual real modelling or indication of the impact, good, bad or otherwise, on our countryside. I really feel that there are too many issues, too many inconsistencies, and too many unanswered questions that arise from this application to support it. So I'm urging the committee to object to this today. If it does pass, I sincerely hope that my fears are wrong, and I hope we all understand the weight on our shoulders, given that people in this county will be owed an explanation if this doesn't go the way that the administration thinks it will.
Thank you, Alex. Okay, I got that. I don't think he's here about.
No, I've got a written statement for him.
Oh, sorry, okay. Right, it's Nat Green now. That Miranda's going to read a statement out for Quarry Coton Hill.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Nat Green states, Committee, I would like to draw your attention to the damaging effect this road will have upon the air quality, serious increases in noise levels and traffic increases in my division. Air pollution. There will be an increase in air pollution in Quarry and Coton Hill, as the report states. In others, there will be areas with increases and decreases across the patch, e.g. Quarry and Coton Hill IMD score of 4. The Coton Hill-Ellesmere Road junction is already an air pollution hotspot. This will only make things worse. Bizarrely, despite knowing that there will be an increase in traffic on Coton Hill and Berwick Road, the Council's air quality assessment claims that the scheme will reduce pollutants. One of them must be wrong. Noise. Residents of Quarry and Coton Hill will suffer disproportionately from noise pollution, both during construction and then in perpetuity. The officer's report claims that there will be various noise mitigation schemes put in place. However, it admits that these schemes cannot be comprehensive and that, he quotes, to sum up the overall noise impact of the proposed road scheme, including all proposed mitigation, when considering the latest report, in the short term, OY 2023, there will be 116 properties that experience a large adverse noise effect and 60 that experience a moderate to large adverse noise effect. In the long term, 2038 versus 2023, there will be 54 properties that experience a large adverse noise effect and 114 that experience a moderate to large adverse noise effect. In the long term, no properties experience a significant improvement in noise levels. End of quote. However, even those figures are probably an underestimate because this fails to take into account that the westbound traffic on the bridge will be accelerating up a slope and therefore generating far more noise. The slope will also negate the effect of the bridge parapet in reducing noise, and it will reflect that noise back upon the residents of Berwick Road and Corporation Lane. They will have to live with this forever. Traffic. The scheme will see an increase in traffic down Berwick Road, a net gain of 30%. These are Shropshire Council's own figures. Yet these projections are likely to be a massive underestimate, as it should be clear to anyone looking at a map that Berwick Road will become the shortest route to the town centre, and very quickly it will encourage traffic to take it. This will cause massive overloading of the Coton Hill junction. A junction, should anyone need reminding, is already problematic. The scheme claims to see a net reduction of 16% along St Michael's Street, but it is telling that the data completely omits any mention of traffic along Mount Pleasant Road. I know that the previous councillor for Halscott pressed Highways for an answer, and as far as I know, he did not get a satisfactory reply. An increase in traffic along Mount Pleasant Road is guaranteed, as it will be the quickest route into town from the Ellesmere Road roundabout. This will lead to increased pressure upon the junction with Spring Gardens and then a knock-on effect onto the Heathgates roundabout. Why is there no modelling regarding this? Historic environment. The historic environment assessment is also deficient, as it makes no reference to the harm to Darwin's house. This needs to be addressed. Other aspects of this report are arguable, although the effect upon Berwick House would seem to be downplayed. Water supply. Quarry and Coton Hill residents are also shocked that the council is prepared to go ahead with a scheme that will put Shrewsbury's water supply at risk because Severn Trent Water has rolled over on this, despite the Environment Agency maintaining its objection. This means that Shropshire Council is proceeding on the say-so of a company that was fined £1.5 million by the Environment Agency for failing to safeguard the water supplies that it already manages. This is not a good look. Finally, it is shameful that Shropshire Council is unable to demonstrate biodiversity net gain for the scheme. What signal does this send to other major developers? Just plant a few trees somewhere else and then that's okay. In summary, residents of Quarry, Coton Hill and St Michael's will be forced to bear the brunt of the negative consequences of this scheme. They will face increased traffic, increased noise and increased pollution while having their visual environment degraded. A scheme that has clearly failed to address these key points should be dismissed or sent back to the drawing board. Thank you.
Thank you, Miranda. I'm sorry, you've got to go through all the process again. It's another local member, Gary Bichette. Bagley, so a written statement. Thank you, Miranda.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Birchett states, Dear members, my name is Councillor Gary Birchett and I represent the Bagley division in Shrewsbury. I am commenting on the North West Relief Road as it passes through my division. The road will bring significant relief to the residents of Bagley as the main road through the division, the A528 Ellesmere Road, is congested daily with all the traffic exiting the current A5124 Battlefield Link Road and trying to cross to the west side of town, with the only option being to drive through the town centre. The congestion in the town centre on a daily basis along Smithfield Road in both directions and around the train station gyratory is horrendous, and the resulting pollution is detrimental to the health of all those using the town centre. In a recent answer at Council, the Highways portfolio holder was able to show modelling that predicts a drop in cross-town traffic of over 50%, with the resultant reduction in NO2 pollutants also dropping significantly. The twofold benefit of the reduction in traffic flows and pollutants cannot be underestimated. The reduction in traffic flows in the town centre will also make the local public transport system more reliable. I do not intend to comment on the current hell of the villages to the north of Shrewsbury, which are used daily as rat runs to try to avoid the congested town centre, as I'm sure other colleagues will raise this. I will comment, however, on the economic benefits the road will bring to the town. Visitors do not want to come to a town that is constantly gridlocked, no matter what transport they arrive on, train, coach, bus or car. They want to be able to explore our beautiful town without breathing in heavy traffic fumes. A complete ring road will mean business has more confidence in investing in Shrewsbury and the wider Shropshire area and provided much needed economic growth. The construction of the road will improve connectivity both locally and regionally and will enhance the benefits of proposed improvements to junctions on the A5 bypass. The inclusion of a footway and cycle path along the length of the road and by altering the form and function of Welshpool Road will further enhance sustainable modes of transport. In summary, I urge the Planning Committee to accept the officer's recommendations and to vote in favour of this plan.
Thank you, Miranda. Okay, we have one more speaker, and that's Matt Johnson, the agent. Would you like to come forward, please? Right, you've got 10 minutes between you, it looks like, okay? So the clock will start with 10 minutes, all right?
Thank you, Chair. My name is Matt Johnson. I'm the Manager for Strategic Projects for Shropshire Council. The Shrewsbury North West Relief Road proposal has been in gestation, as we've heard, for over 30 years, and it addresses the incomplete outer road loop. It's really the final piece in the strategic development of Shrewsbury's road network. With the Highway Authority as applicant, this scheme would deliver essential infrastructure for present and future Shropshire residents. Questions around why the road. Links between the north and west of Shrewsbury are very poor. The most direct route passes through the River Loop and consists entirely of local roads, including residential and shopping streets. Congestion on these routes is increasing. Some traffic currently uses the network of small lanes in villages, as we've heard, such as Brighton, Bomere Heath, Fortin Heath, to the northwest of Shrewsbury as rat runs, to avoid the town altogether. Other problems arise directly from this. Noise, visual intrusion, poor air quality and high accident rates affect those in residential areas and the town centre, as well as people walking and cycling. Journeys to work and for business can be slow and unreliable, adding to the cost of transport, which includes public transport, and discouraging inward investment. As Shrewsbury continues to develop and grow, these problems are expected to worsen, affecting the town's economy and local people's quality of life. In terms of the benefits, the Department for Transport endorsed to achieve the chosen outcomes. Some of these outcomes are to reduce traffic congestion in Shrewsbury town centre, and for example, some 3.5 million cars per year across Smithfield Road. Test.
Vice Chair.
Should we have a comfort break?
Testing.
I'm not sure if mine's working, Jack, thank you, but we're going to just have a comfort break now, Matt, because is yours not working? We're not live streamed at the moment.
I haven't done anything. Is that usable?
It's the live.
The live stream's not working, Matt, so...
Oh, I see.
I think we'll take a comfort break. It's it, hang on. It's working. Microphone's working.
It's back up now.
Yeah, let's go. We'll finish this.
But he needs to go from the top because
You have to go from the top because we lost
him.
the live stream. It's okay, Matt. Start again. Can you start the clock?
Oh, right, okay. Start
please.
right from the top.
Just tell him the live. Just tell him the live stream went down at the start of what he was talking about.
The live stream went down before Matt started, so they haven't heard, the public haven't heard outside. So we'll have to start your bit again, Matt, I'm afraid.
Okay. Reset the clock.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. The Shrewsbury North West Relief Road proposal has been in gestation for over 30 years, and it addresses the incomplete outer road loop. This is the final piece in the strategic development of Shrewsbury's road network. With the Highway Authority as applicant, this scheme will deliver essential infrastructure for present and future Shropshire residents. Why the road? Links through the north and west of Shrewsbury are very poor. We've heard today the most direct route passes through the River Loop and consists entirely of local roads, including residential and shopping streets. Congestion on these routes is increasing. Some traffic currently uses the network of small lanes in villages such as Ryton, Bowmere Heath and Thornton Heath to the northwest of Shrewsbury as rat runs to avoid the town altogether. Other problems arise directly from this. Noise, visual intrusion, poor air quality and high accident rates affect those in residential areas and the town centre, as well as people walking and cycling. Journeys to work and for business can be slow and unreliable, which adds to the cost of transport, including public transport, and discourages inward investment. As Shrewsbury continues to develop and grow, these problems are expected to worsen, affecting the town's economy and local people's quality of life. Around the benefits of the scheme, the Department for Transport endorsed the business case for constructing a road over all other options. These included looking at enhanced public transport and investment in walking and cycling measures alone. The relief road is the only way to achieve the chosen outcomes. Some of these outcomes are to reduce traffic congestion in Shrewsbury town centre, for example. Some 3.5 million car journeys per year are made along Smithfield Road, and these are through traffic. To support the delivery of over 750 homes in the current local plan that can't be delivered otherwise, and over 1,000 jobs will be created or safeguarded on allocated employment land. To improve the air quality in Shrewsbury, the forecast reduction is for over 74,000 tonnes of CO2 reduced, which equates to a monetised benefit of some £3.35 million. To improve the active travel offer by providing 7 kilometres of new cycle infrastructure, the relief road would also give a 6-minute transit time along the road from the east of Shrewsbury and the Shrewsbury Hospital site for patients and blue light services. To reduce the number of people killed or seriously injured on roads in Shrewsbury, it's forecast that some 768 accidents would be prevented, including those involving walkers and cyclists. The scheme would also deliver benefits that accrue to Shropshire's, not just Shrewsbury's road network. The A5 and A49 have well-known issues with congestion. This drives traffic onto local residential and town centre neighbourhoods. It impacts the wider West Midlands road network and the A5 to Holyhead and the A49 to Hereford, as these are key strategic freight corridors. The relief road is in step with the latest October government statement titled The Plan for Drivers, a new 30-point plan to support people's freedom to use their cars. That is a quote from the document, with a stated intent of enabling smoother journeys while still accommodating the uptake and attractiveness of other options, including public transport, so reducing the subsidy burden locally on the public purse. Strategically, it would also underpin the redevelopment of the town centre, including many aspects of the Big Town Plan, the current movement strategy proposals within that. It also fundamentally supports Shropshire Council's Economic Development Strategy 22 to 27 and the new draft local plan. The scheme has had challenges and opportunities. We fully appreciate this project is divisive. We also acknowledge that thousands of comments and objections have been received. With over 320,000 Shropshire residents, however, these still represent less than 2% response in opposition. The scheme has also received, on balance, many endorsements from the public, key stakeholders, local businesses, business groups and land interests. It's also a priority scheme regionally, as stated by the Marches Local Enterprise Partnership, Midlands Connect and the West Midlands Combined Authority. The applicant fully acknowledges the environmental impact of building the relief road. The route itself has been carefully chosen to avoid impact on the landscape as far as possible by design. Much of this alignment sits within a monocultured arable farmed area. As such, the biodiversity legacy of the road will actually see great improvements in the maintained habitat alongside the road in future. There have been unavoidable conflicts with existing habitats, however. A comprehensive and responsible approach to mitigation and compensation is therefore outlined. In many areas, this would exceed any statutory minimum levels and looks to achieve exemplar status on many of its approaches. The approach at Henkert Pool, for example, has been jointly drafted and agreed with Natural England, setting a new national precedent for meeting such challenges. On the unavoidable loss of 9 veteran trees, this is extremely regrettable, but the commitment to plant 84 new trees to replace these alone, which would in time then be managed carefully to reach veteran status, and a wider 6-to-1 replanting ratio, shows the commitment to the future care and stewardship of the natural environment. The applicant has successfully engaged with all statutory bodies required on such matters as underlying traffic, the noise model, approaches to managing the risk of groundwater contamination, the noise impact and air quality improvements, for example. We recognise that the engagement with the Environment Agency has been difficult, and it's to note that over £5 million worth in a year's duration of additional ground investigation work has been completed to address their remaining concerns. We're now committed to working with all statutory consultees to establish robust working practices and future management regimes around water quality and safety. The standing of the applicant as an accountable public body and scheme promoter here would underpin those commitments made. The effect of rising costs entirely outside of the control of the applicant has also been raised, and it's to note that the government recently said that 100% of scheme funding would be provided. With this backing, we now have confidence that the scheme can be delivered with no impact on other council services. Timing is now key, however, and we're under increasing pressure from both the Marches Local Enterprise Partnership and Department for Transport to complete the scheme in a timely manner. Shropshire Council has adopted a target to become carbon net neutral by 2030, and our aim is to deliver a scheme that is net zero. A full carbon assessment of the scheme has been undertaken and independently reviewed, showing a net carbon legacy of around 27 tonnes, for clarity over a figure given earlier in the meeting. The applicant is now exploring options around insetting and offsetting activities within the county to achieve this net zero, using innovative council commitments around biochar. And to ensure that this is achievable, the project itself has allocated a dedicated carbon budget of £1.4 million. The applicant would embed up to 50% of social value into the construction contract to further benefit. This will advocate local supply chain use, local upskilling and training and apprenticeships, and the creation of high-quality ongoing employment opportunities in construction and associated sectors, plus working with local communities, schools and education establishments. This would ensure that the wider economic impact of the investment in the road are also captured by the Shropshire economy. Finally, to restate that the Highways Authority is unlike any other applicant in its role in promoting and delivering the Shrewsbury North West Relief Road. Its status, wider social and community obligations and accountability to funders and the public means that it won't and importantly can't walk away from its obligations around the scheme. It has demonstrated consistently that it is a responsible and capable body in delivering major schemes of this type. The Council's wider responsibilities, with the North West Relief Road fully supporting the 4 healthies published within the 2022 Shropshire Council Plan, have informed the creation of this scheme, and the demonstrated benefits clearly outweigh any adverse effects, as is captured in the committee report. Delivering the North West Relief Road is now key to achieving exceptional outcomes and delivering those benefits for Shrewsbury and Shropshire's residents. There was equal protection zone 1 works. My students come, we also set online.
We're live streamed.
2 minutes 20 left.
Just give you a second to switch your phones off. Okay, Matt, sorry, you've got 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
Thank you, Chair. I was just picking up some points of clarity on previous speakers' points made. One speaker referred to a lack of investigative work in Source Protection Zone 1. I can clarify that we have to date done dozens of trial pits and boreholes in that area, and indeed the information gathered during those investigations has informed the current application. The reference is on a couple of occasions to LTP3. It's to note that LTP3 is shortly to be superseded by LTP4, predictably. That in line with government guidance around quantifiable carbon assessments and place-based transport solutions. The North West Relief Road will be aligned with that process, which is currently shortly to go out to consultation. And just finally, to pick up on the point made around the removal of the climbing lane from the viaduct, putting undue delays into the road network, I can confirm that it's less than a 2 to 3 second delay that will be incurred with the removal of that climbing lane. And indeed, the rationale for doing so was based on the Council's responsibility around cost and carbon. There was an appreciable reduction in the cost and the carbon impact of the scheme in removing effectively one of the 3 lanes on that viaduct. So the decision was taken to pursue it, and on balance, there was no negative impact on traffic. And that completes my piece. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Matt. Thank you. Okay. Would Mike, you'd like to come back on any of the comments made in the last, oh, blimey.
2 hours.
2 hours before we open up to the floor?
Thank you, Chair. I think probably we've touched on a lot of the major points. I think Andy wants to pick up on something in relation to the historic environment, so you might want to ask Andy about that. There's an issue around carbon, yes, and biochar. I think the issue we're having with that is at present it's a moving agenda in terms of it's a fast moving industry. There was a study undertaken by Aston University, independent study into the impact of the road, and they came out with a figure, and on that figure is based, so the 1.4 million in the report is based on that, and the applicant has undertaken to use that funding to pass to the climate change team to tackle the impacts of the road. So that is part of that. There was a reference to impacts on disabled from the Oxon Touring car park, Oxon Touring caravan park. I think in terms of that, there is still access there. It's perhaps a little bit more convoluted in terms of the direct access that is there at present, but that also serves the business park as well. So again, we've got, it's about cost-benefit analysis in terms of severance, and there needs to be that needs to be undertaken. So we can't maintain access across all parts of the road itself, and obviously those decisions have been made by the applicant in terms of that. What we've tried to do is to try to limit severance as much as possible, but I think there needs to be an acceptance that the road will at certain points result in severance between communities. The LPT comments noted, and as Matt has just said, there is an emerging LTP4 which is due to go out to consultation, in which the road is a key part of that. There's a reference to BNG. I think that is actually a report, biodiversity net gain. That's actually addressed in the report, and I think there are issues around being able to deliver biodiversity net gain on this application. I think they can only do it on 5 out of the 10 elements that would normally be expected to biodiversity net gain, but I'm sure that will be picked up in later by the specialists in that field.
Okay, thank you for that.
Andy Wigley, Chair, because
Andy, would you like to make a few comments before we go any further?
Yes, just two, if I may, please, Chair. Firstly, it was in relation to a correction that was provided at the beginning in relation to paragraph 7.14.30, which was in relation to the final sentence of that paragraph. And I believe the point was to just clarify that we're not suggesting that conditions are being applied to mitigate effects on above ground designated and non-designated heritage assets. Members will need to weigh the harm that is identified in the officer report to the above ground heritage assets when they make the decision and weigh those against the public benefits that are identified that the scheme will deliver. The second point was in relation to comments made by Councillor Nat Green's representation, in which I think he identified the report as being the environmental statement has been deficient in relation to not assessing the effect on Darwin's house, which I believe is the grade 2-star listed The Mount near Frankwell. Officers do not consider that building is affected by the development scheme. I can provide more detail in relation to that if members require it. Thank you.
Tabitha, you'd like to say a few words? Thank you.
Just to clarify on the Bohm Heath Parish Council point, we have found the comment that was online. The address provided is Dovecote Barn, Fitz, Shrewsbury, Shropshire. So I guess I'll just put that back to the member of the Parish Council who's here to say that's the comment that we've received on the 18th of March as per the report. It is on public access. We can only note what we have published, so that's just a point of clarification. We do have a comment.
I just note that there was no discussion on the agenda of the council.
I can't comment on the parish council proceedings, just on the comment that we've received.
Right, thank you for that. Okay, so
Chair, could we have a chance to go back on some of the questions that have been posed by the public speakers? We have a chance to
questions. Yeah, you can question the officers now by all means. That's the open session, which I'm going to start now. So you've indicated. Way to go, Nigel.
Right, thank you. I won't hog the floor, Chair, but Councillor Harding from Clan Division. There were a number of statements there that I think probably deserve a bit more delving into. I'll stick with one for now, which is there were a couple of comments I think they're made initially, I think by Rachel Denyer, I think that you read out Miranda in relation to the Wright and 11 Towns and the issue of rat runs, and that was alluded to again by councillors, I think, from Wright and 11 Towns, and also I think Mr. Dave Green also referred to that as well. I can't see anything in the report in relation to what modelling has been done in respect to rat runs, whether that be on the B43697 going through Wright into Bastchurch, or indeed in relation to the local transport plan for the centre of Shrewsbury. So I would be interested to know from transport officers what modelling has taken place and what did it find.
Okay, Mike, are you the one for that? Gemma?
Gemma Lawley, Developing Highways Manager. So, as Councillor Harton has indicated, there were a couple of queries raised with regard to the transport model and what has been modelled. So, the points that I'd noted, there was regard to the validity of the model in terms of that. But I think specifically to your point, Councillor Harton, with regard to the modelling with regard to Bastchurch and Wrighton, the submitted transport assessment doesn't include analysis for those routes. What it does do is do a route analysis of 5 different routes, which includes what's referred to as a rat run to the northwest Shrewsbury by Montford Bridge, Leeds.
Gemma, can you just actually get your microphone and not your one or two indicators you can't hear? Sorry about that. Thank you.
So if I just repeat that last point with regard to Bastchurch, wasn't modelled in terms of the information that's been submitted as part of the transport assessment, but as part of the analysis there was 5 routes that were examined in terms of journey time analysis, which did include what's referred to in figure 5.1 3.14 as the green line, which represents the rat run to the northwest of Shrewsbury via Mumford Bridge, Leeton and Huffley Lane. So there's a routes analysis in terms of that and identifies that as the route. I think there was comments with regard to the suitability of the route for Ryton and Baschurch, and I think we would probably concur with those comments in terms of maybe sort of the journey time analysis, but also the suitability of those routes and what the vehicles routing past through Baschurch and the implications of that, really.
Thank you for that. Could you just come back on in the other respect of what the modelling might be in respect of some of the comments that have come forward for Central Shrewsbury, for example? Some of the people have said that obviously there are concerns about whether or not the proposals that would actually remove some of the traffic from the central of Shrewsbury that it seems to be suggesting it would, but there doesn't seem to be any modelling to support that one way or the other.
Yeah, so in terms of, I think in Councillor Matt Green's representation, he'd expressed concerns with regard to Berwick Road and also Coton Hill. I can confirm that those junctions have been sort of modelled together with a number of them. Say in terms of the analysis that's been put forward and in terms of the journey times and movements, then the town centre route along Smithfield Road has been modelled and sort of indicated, and come back with figures with regard to the percentages, but those routes have been fully considered as part of the submitted transport assessment.
Thank you. I have others indicated, so Jeff, you're next.
Thank you, Chair. 2 or 3 points, if I may. One, Severn Trent. Is there a plan B if the water does get contaminated? What is going to happen? 2, am I able to ask the applicant, on the site visit yesterday, I just cannot understand that the Darwin oak tree is in the middle of a field surrounded by nothing but grassland. Why can that not be avoided? Why can the road just not bend round it? It must be possible. It's got to be humanly possible. They have, so I was led to believe, made sure that the road misses a Severn Trent set of steps or access point, which is a man-made problem. So why the hell can't they miss a tree and try and make somebody happy and mitigate some of the devastation that this may cause? The third thing I just want to comment is most of my constituents that I've spoken to from Ellesmere are fully in support of this scheme, because coming into Ellesmere down the Ellesmere Road, there's queuing up Coton Hill to the railway station 20 minutes. Well, they used to, but now they're queuing up from Hencote, sometimes Mount Pleasant as well. So it's getting worse. So most of my constituents from the north very much would welcome this road to happen, but I just have concerns about, 1, the tree, and 2, what would happen, what's planned if there is any contamination of water. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. If I go to you, and then you can point out which officer is best to deal with whatever you want. Is that all right, Mike?
Yeah, I think in terms of the first point, clearly what we're proposing is pre-commencement conditions, and that will then, I suppose, bring the Environment Agency to the table as part of that. Because this is the issue. It's been the engagement. And we've got Severn Trent. There's been a lot of meetings gone on with the applicant and Severn Trent over a long period of time. And they've got to a point where they're comfortable to talk about conditions. And it's really a question. I don't think necessarily there's an objection in principle from the Environment Agency. There's but they still have concerns, and that needs to be. Those need to be addressed. That's accepted that, but it's how we address them, and that's a conversation that needs to happen, and that has proved quite. I think it's proved quite difficult. We've tried to facilitate those conversations, and as a result of that, we've then engaged Watermans to sort of to do a third-party independent review, because we've not been able to get the two parts, the applicant and the Environment Agency, to get to a point of agreement. So we've had to come to this situation. This is why almost the application's gone on for so long. So what we've tried to do is get to a point of agreement. The Environment Agency have effectively said, we will discuss conditions with you should the local planning authority be persuaded to decide to grant permission, rather than what you would normally expect would be that the Environment Agency would agree conditions in advance of the meeting with us. And that, so we're taking it seriously, but we need to get to a point where we can actually have those conversations. That's been the difficulty, I suppose, in trying to move that forward. Well, the tree, I think the issue around the trees is that I take the point entirely. The ring road at present, what we have at the 3/4 of the ring road we have at present, it's a 60-mile-per-hour road, and that's what this road has been designed as. So there's a geometry issues there in terms of how they do that, because you can't have a series of bends. So there is this. I think as we said in the report, what we've actually got is a road that is that if you move it one way, it impacts something else. If you move it another way, it impacts something else. And this was basically, obviously, the various options were looked at over a long period of time, and this was seen as the least environmentally intrusive option. But I take the point that we are losing 9 veteran trees, and they are irreplaceable habitat. And as part of that, we need adequate compensation. We need to establish in the first place there's an economic, that the business case is there and the public benefits are there, which outweigh the loss of that irreplaceable habitat. And then we need to move forward to a suitable compensation strategy and decide whether that compensation strategy is suitable.
Can I just say, is that a no then? If this is approved, then that tree's going. There's no way that anybody could reconsider trying to save it.
I think that's the problem. Yeah, I would agree. I think when you look at the tree in the context of the field, what you've got to see is the root system underneath, and that's where the problems really start to occur, because the root system it's very large. I mean, I think it might be better to direct that to Martin as the county arborist.
Martin, can you cover that one, please?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I've just been asking my colleague Sue on the ecology team. The question was put, the challenge was put to the applicant to provide further explanation and justification for the precise alignment of the route at a number of points that the tree team had arboricultural concerns. And obviously T58, the Darwin oak, is one of the key ones. And the applicant provided further supplementary arboricultural information in Appendix 1K. And there's a table in there that explains why at each of the positions that I'd asked for some further information. That information has been provided, and I could read out the statement with regard to the Darwin oak if committee wants to hear it.
I've read it, but I just want to make sure that every opportunity to save that tree had been considered. So, I just want to make sure that every opportunity to save that tree had actually been considered, because one environmentally we'd like it to be saved, but most of the population of Shropshire are passionate about saving it.
And myself as a tree officer.
There is a way to save it. Let's please look at it.
So all I could say is that the matter was put to the applicant. They did provide explanation and justification for that and another number of other features.
Oh, thank you. Gemma, have you got some more information to come back? Some figures?
Yeah, if that's okay.
Yeah, please, we do it now so we can get that one.
So apologies, Councillor Harton. we have got further supporting figures that may kind of address some of your concerns. So within the transport assessment, as I say, the town centre kind of corridor was modelled in sufficient detail. So in terms of the kind of transport modelling, they've done the opening year 2023 and then looked at 2038 as well. So based on the flows, they've done morning and afternoon peak, which would be standard for the kind of what we would look at. And in terms of percentage change for eastbound from Frankwell roundabout going towards the sort of the gateway and the Shrewsbury train station, the percentage change for the morning peak in 2023 was a reduction of 45%, and in the afternoon peak the modelling is showing a reduction of 64%. That's in the year 2023. By the time we get to 2038, the percentage change for the morning would be a reduction of 34%, and in the afternoon 65%, and for westbound, which is effectively going from Melsmere back over to the Welsh Bridge, a reduction of 41% in the morning by in 2038, and a reduction of 32% in the afternoon peak as well. So the modelling is indicating that there will be a reduction of flows through the Shrewsbury town centre.
Thank you, Gemma. Right, okay, we'll move on to the next one. David.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, first of all, I'm going to make a quick statement.
Sorry, David, Tabitha, just, oh, sorry. Oh, okay, go on.
Apologies, thank you. Can I just come in on the trees? Just to clarify, there are 9 veteran trees that are being removed, which the committee have heard today. They all have the same importance. So there is some passion around the Darwin tree, and we understand that. That's local passion. But they all have the same weight in the planning balance. So by moving the road, by tweaking the viaduct, you can't just bend the road around the tree. That wide impact will have an effect on other trees as well, which would need to be quantified. So whilst it, as Martin has explained, we have looked at it numerous times to see whether that tree and the other trees could be retained, it isn't possible in terms of the design of the road. It needs to go in this position, and it's not.
Live stream's on, yep. Okay. David, it's your big moment.
What's the third big moment?
Hang on.
Hello? Can you hear me? No? Right.
Hang on. All right.
Right, shall I carry on? And is that better? Yes. Right, okay. Committee members will be aware of see an exchange of views about predetermination. It's gone. Oh.
You can borrow mine.
Oh, thanks. Well, let's try for a fifth time. Right, okay. I'll repeat the same. Committee members will be seeing an exchange of views about predetermination. I want to make clear that whatever motion has been passed by Shrewsbury Town Council, I come to this meeting with an open mind, willing to with the committee's permission, I would like this statement to be included in the minutes. Just picking up some of the points that have already been made, I was a bit confused about the figures for traffic to the town, which were discussed earlier. I wanted to ask the officer further clarification because I thought those figures sound to me very high. There has been a number of
I don't know if everybody got that, and I was asking about the figures for the which are through traffic, which I was a bit confused about because I feel that the figures I've heard in the past have been much lower, and I wanted confirmation about how they were put together and when they were actually produced.
Yep.
Okay, so just to clarify, the data that I sort of quoted before was taken directly from the transport assessment that has been submitted by the applicants. In terms of so there's several different sort of tables and analysis that has been undertaken. Transport assessments, section 5.4.29, tables below show the difference in flows at free entry points to Shrewsbury Town Centre or vehicle routes from the AM peak in the 2023, which was that's the opening year, and the future year, which was 2038. The model is based on 2017 data that was updated by 2019 data and then validated, which would be a normal kind of process and calibrated model. So it's Shropshire Council's model. The Saturn model takes into account the whole of Shrewsbury Town Centre and the sort of surrounding road network, and the figures that sort of shows an overall reduction in the town centre sort of movements through as a result of the North West Road. That's what the modelling is showing in terms of that percentage. Then there are two different sort of figures really, depending on the point. So the locations that have been sort of analysed is the Welsh Bridge, Castlegate, Chester Street, English Bridge, and the number of movements in 2023 projected, and also 2038. But we do have like a base year model as well, which then informs the future kind of movements.
My concern about those figures is, one, is that there is the differentiation between through traffic and traffic which is coming into Shrewsbury, if you like. And it's the through traffic that is important. That's the reduction that's important. I want to, and secondly, it sounds to me as though your figures are pre-pandemic. And therefore, I think there's been a big change in the way in which traffic moves and then mass traffic around town post-pandemic. And I think one of my issues with this application is that a lot of the data seems to be pre-pandemic. A lot of the data is not particularly worked through properly. And you know, I'm concerned that we are making a decision here on data which is out of date. And perhaps you'd like to comment about that.
Yeah, so just to clarify, the survey data is taken from 2019, which is pre-COVID, which effectively would be kind of worst case scenario in this particular case. And what the transport model will do is put a growth factor. So when they're looking at the 2038, they'll put a growth factor into that to sort of indicate the projected growth that's expected to take place, really. So I think as a council, we use that model. It is Shropshire Council's model, and we would consider it to be kind of a robust kind of a tool, really, to provide an indication with any transport model. The numbers are sort of quite subjective and down to kind of driver behaviour, but we would, so recently we've sort of almost been criticised for taking, sort of 2021 data, because that was sort of during COVID and not representative, whereas we would, 2019 data is effectively, if it was a third-party developer, we would be expecting we would accept 2019 data, and we would be satisfied that that was representative of the movements on the network itself.
Yeah, I personally feel that we should have post-pandemic data, and that's a concern for me. And also, I think that the differentiation between local traffic and through traffic is really, really important. And I think that's what we need to know, what's happening to through traffic. But going on, my concern about this application is that, for example, on the way the discussion we had earlier with Councillor Elmer on the trees and the routes, and the problem is that it is based upon the idea that everybody goes at 60 miles per hour. Now, if we had a limit, a lower limit on this particular road, we could have a road which perhaps avoided some of these trees, avoided some of the woodland areas and the areas of environmental impact. So, that option doesn't seem to me to have been outlined in this particular application. It seems to me that there's very much keenness to go for this particular route, to go for the 60-mile-an-hour limit, without looking at the other options which might actually mitigate some of the problems which this particular application proposes. The other concern is that reference has been made to the independent report because of the problems with the environmental and impact assessment. And the council instructed Waterman's to do an analysis of the environmental impact assessment. The problem is that it didn't look at traffic and transport, it didn't look at footpath pedestrians or cyclists. And also, in the report itself, if you look at page 171 of the report, and you look at the analysis of the Waterman's assessment of the environmental impact, it says that it says about road range and water environment. A number of the clarifications provided by WSP have been accepted. However, there remains clarifications that are not resolved. And then it says at community effects, all clarifications provided to WSP have been accepted. But what it seems to me, that there are real concerns here about the extraction of water at Shelton Rough. Again, you know, the road's been designed to have a roundabout at Shelton right over at the point where the water is extracted. Now, if you had traffic lights there, you would reduce the amount of accidents. It's a noted thing. You know, if you have a traffic light there, small number of accidents, you won't get the problems of just wagons whizzing around the roundabout and maybe colliding. And so, therefore, that option doesn't seem to be being considered. And the other thing is about this application is the recommendation. We're being asked today to approve something subject to the additional conditions and the final working conditions being delegated to the Assistant Director of the Economy in place. Well, I don't think that's good enough. I think at this planning committee we should be making decisions. This is an important application. It has, you know, fundamental implications for the future of Shrewsbury and the environment. And we should be taking all those decisions now. We should not be delegating it to an officer to take those decisions. And, you know, if we agree this today, if we agree with the recommendation today, it's not the final say, because what in actual fact will have to happen is the Director of Economy Place will have to go away and agree a lot of conditions, which will then result in a decision notice being actually issued. Now, what I want to suggest today is that, and I know people have grown at this recommendation, but what I want to propose is that we defer consideration of this until we have the proper figures, until we for the post-pandemic, until we have agreement with the Environment Agency. I don't understand why the authority is going ahead with this application, given the importance of the Environment Agency support. Now, if this was to go to a court of law, the fact that the consultee, like the Environment Agency, is not happy would be a major problem for this application. And I really think that we should be saying now that this item should be deferred to get these things sorted out and come back with a proper proposal based on accurate figures, up-to-date figures, with agreement of all the parties, all the consultees involved, and so that we can have a proper debate about the pros and cons. Because at the moment, I feel that this application is flawed, and I think that I would like it to propose that we defer it.
Thank you, David. I think we've all heard that. If we go any further. Do you have a seconder for David's proposal? Julian, seconder?
Can you hear me? Yeah. So first of all, Chair, I think just in terms of procedure, I know that it had been proposed to you previously that you gave all members a chance to ask questions, and you kept that as a separate session so we could then make proposals. Unfortunately, you didn't go with that, so we're now straight into a proposal, which is, you know, whilst people still have questions that they may wish to consider. However, as it's been proposed, I will support the proposal for referral. And I think for me the key question is the one of, to quote what the Environment Agency is suggesting, is pursuing an avoidance approach. And this comes back to the issue of the veteran trees and whether or not we can have a road that doesn't go 60 miles an hour and therefore can deal with them. It comes to the question of whether we can have an avoidance approach, which means that you have a traffic light system, for example, rather than a roundabout, which then reduces the risk to fall holes. In other words, there are a number of options for an avoidance approach which we've simply not been presented with by the applicants, which could have avoided many of the issues which we are trying to grapple with today. And I think we need to bounce that back to the applicant and say, take the issue of an avoidance approach seriously and come back with a proposal that actually does that, because the 60 miles an hour, just to make the point, we've had a number of people, and unfortunately it's in the report as well, is this concept of completing the ring road. Where does that come from? The proposal is for a relief road, not for a ring road. The ring road concept, we don't use planning to drive all the way around, I assume. That's not what we're having a relief road for. We're having a relief road for a specific part of the town. So this ring road concept, I think we need to knock on the head. And therefore the idea that every part of it has to be 60 miles an hour makes no sense whatsoever, especially if there's a whole bunch of junctions in it already. So my absolute support the deferral suggestion, because I don't think that the applicant has taken seriously the opportunity to come up with an avoidance approach which would avoid the issues on the borehole and would also avoid the issues with the veteran trees. So I second that as a proposal.
Thank you. Your proposal and second, you go vote on that memorandum. Elijah signalled, David signalled, Roger signalled now. We're trying to debate, but that's in the back, right?
What might be done, Chairman, the proposal to defer it, or the...
No, we don't have to debate, more debate for that, okay? We don't have more debate. Okay, so, Vince.
Thank you. I'm not going to use my microphone. I hope everybody can hear me okay.
Online.
Sorry?
Can you hear you online?
Try you might. Well, all right. I'll give it a go, and hopefully everybody in the whole wide world can hear me now. Just a few questions. Obviously, I don't have to start with some preamble about whether I should be here or not. I didn't pass any motions at any town or parish council, fortunately. I do have some questions though. First of all, on the modelling. Does the modelling take into account vehicle size? Because I know that a lot of the vehicles that are going through Shrewsbury are vehicles trying to get to the other side to deliver goods. I mean, I think it would be good that even while there will be perhaps not as big a drop in vehicles accessing Shrewsbury, they will be the vehicles that are, for example, we avoid Shrewsbury at weekends. We avoid as a family because we don't like the traffic. If it was a bit clearer with people stopping instead of travelling through, I think we might be more willing to access Shrewsbury more than we do. So that was the first question about vehicle sizes. I know modelling is modelling, so pre-COVID, during COVID and after COVID, you run the models based on the data that you've got. And that sort of sorts out, you know, where you are at a particular point in time. I would like a bit more explanation. I did hear one speaker say that that there had been no real work done on alternative routes. But I also heard the officer in his report say that in '88 there had been 4 routes. I think it was 2002 there were a number of routes, and that indeed this one had proved to be the least disruptive to trees and to nature, but also happened to be the most expensive. I'd like to know just a little bit more about why the others were discounted, if that information is available, please. I'll just finish first. I also, it is my assumption that the EA have sat on their hands, not because they don't buy into it, but because, if my understanding is correct, and I just want this confirmed, the EA have not put anything up by way of it because they wanted more information, and that information was going to cost a lot of money and would only come post a decision in favour of. So they may not get that information anyway, depending on how we vote. We'll have to wait and see. But they will engage. What happens if this does go through? What happens if the EA put in conditions that are either too expensive or can't be met? Does that leave it dead in the water? Obviously, if we're going to take their concerns on board and those concerns can't be conditioned, then obviously that has ramifications. Could the scheme go ahead still on that basis or not? Obviously, mitigation has been proposed. We know that the wet woodland is unmitigatable, if that is indeed a word. Because of the area that would work for that particular thing. So there has been more mitigation in the size of the broadleaf woodland area that's being proposed. Obviously, I welcome an increase, and obviously it's very sad that there potentially could be a loss, particularly of veteran trees, and I do take on board the points that have been made. I know we all love to imagine Darwin 2 or 3 years old before we notice this theory of evolution under this particular oak but actually my sympathies lie equally with the other oak trees, not just that one. They might have seen Darwin in the paddocks from the distance, who knows. I want to know though, how those mitigations are going to be funded. Will all of those mitigations be brought forward, and will they be maintained for a period of years afterwards? Because obviously there's a cost implication there, obviously to the council. And I know particularly for Martin Sutton that's very important, because I know that you know, he's only just satisfied with what's proposed, but I think it would be reassuring for him, and certainly reassuring for me, to know that all of those schemes will be funded, and that they will all be done, and that they will all be kept an eye on for as long as possible. I think for the moment I will draw it to a close there. I think there's a few bits in there by way of reassurance and answers for you guys to pick up on. Thank you.
Thank you, Vince. Ryan, items of several there. Do you want to?
Thank you, Chair. Just a point of clarification in relation to O'Neill and the comments. They were actually received on the 18th of March 2021, not 2023. Just a correction there. Two comments there. Obviously, well, we'll probably defer to Jan in terms of the transportation comment, but I'll do my elements first. Okay. In terms of the Environment Agency, yeah, I think we all accept that the preference would be to get agreement first and foremost prior to making a determination. The issue is that the Environment Agency at present don't agree with the approach, or they're wanting more information. They don't necessarily object to the proposals. The problem comes really in terms of what that money, in terms of the cost of the additional information they want, because that is expensive. So the question, I suppose, of wanting services to be able to keep progressing, to be able to get to that point. And this is where we brought Waterlands in. I think they would probably be able to explain the issues around that better than myself. So that's a question perhaps to be directed to Waterlands, who is representative here. In terms of the other issues that we were discussing there, the alternative route details, because there is a discussion within the documentation there early on. But I think the issue that's come to light is that basically the preferred route is the one that causes the least environmental damage. But I think, as you say, there is, you know, but that is based on a 60-mile-per-hour speed limit. So you know, and I suppose that's up for members to make that decision. But obviously, the applicant has progressed it on that basis. And we've got that's what's before us at present to make that decision based on that. And it's not, whilst we've had these conversations with them, that is their preferred option to go with that. And I think what's critical as well is that within Shropshire we tend to have that 60-mile-per-hour speed limit. We don't tend to have lower speed limits elsewhere on the major roads. So we don't have that. It's not something that is prevalent in the area. So I suppose it's actually would people in the local area be used to travelling at reduced speeds?
All right, so we've got a Gemma now to answer one of Vince's questions, please.
Yeah, so just to clarify that, in terms of the transport modelling, what the units that's used is PCU, so effectively all the data in a lot of the junction analysis sort of takes into account. So it takes into account, like when you have an automatic traffic count, it takes into account the different vehicle types, and that's what is looked at in terms of the junction modelling. In terms of sort of transparency, in terms of the town centre, it doesn't refer to PCUs within the table itself. All it does is at the junctions. So we do take into account I haven't got any figures in terms of the percentage for HGVs sort of through the town centre, but we'll continue to look for that, and if we can find that information and bring it back to committee, we will do so. But just for the moment, we haven't got any figures in front of us.
Thank you. It's working again. Just in terms of the transport modelling and the advice that Gemma's given, we have expertise in our highways service. So we have highway engineers that have robustly assessed this application for a number of years, and engineer, I don't know, but I would like to lean very much towards the expertise that this council employs as officers. Equally so, I hear Councillor Vasmer's comments about conditions. There are ways that we can deal with conditions if this committee decided to approve this application. They can be done in conjunction with the chairman. I have been in the planning profession for 40 years, and I would like to think I can write a planning condition, and certainly in conjunction with my officers. So there is an opportunity to work with the chair and the vice chair on conditions. Even more so, we can bring conditions back to committee afterwards if the committee were minded to approve the application. So that opportunity and offer is there. I think in terms of the mitigation and the modelling, I think Mike's covered that fairly robustly. This application has been 35 years in the making. We would like to look at further options again and again, I am sure, but it's not about another 35 years looking at the options again. Within the committee report on page 4, it identifies the options that were looked at again for the road, and as it was identified by the applicant, this is probably the most expensive option and probably the one that has less impact on the environment, but it will have an impact. It will have an impact visually, and that is part of the rubbery in terms of all the benefits this application will bring forward. So that's the challenge for the committee, really, to weigh all that in the planning balance. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Tracy. That's very Mike. Thank you for that. Rod. Nigel, you indicated you... Oh, Walter, sorry. Let's finish that one. The Walters, please, go in, please.
Phil Watson. Just going back to what Mike was saying, we were brought in to review all the information that was provided by the applicants consultants, but also take into account the opinions of Best, who provided quite a detailed assessment as well. We've reassessed everything and agree with the approach, what they're doing. We're as frustrated. We will be as frustrated as Mike with the fact that the EA aren't really coming to the table with it, because you want the centre event and the EA issues are linked. So you really need that joined up thinking. But they've got to the point where Severn Trent are happy, virtually, I believe, isn't it, Mike? Yeah. But there's still this lack of environment agency. So there's their original objections from a number of months ago. The information has progressed from there, the assessment's progressed from there, but there hasn't been that update on it, which is the point that really needs to be addressed.
Thank you. Right, thank you, Phil. Right, okay, now Nigel, I'll put you down here next to speak.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. If it's all right with you, I'll go through a number of points rather than keep coming back on because maybe we'll have to move on to amendments. Some of the points I was able to come back to has been said previously. I was quite concerned reading the report, very big report, obviously, with over 220 pages really. But I was very concerned about some of the issues that were highlighted by some of the objectives to the application. For example, we've not taken our late representation to take a devastating critique of the Waterman's response to the EIA report, which I haven't haven't seen a response to us yet. In terms of the issues around...
Can you just speak up, please? Can you speak to the microphone, please, Nigel?
Yeah, that's probably better, isn't it? Better? Yeah. Yeah, I would be interested to hear what Muslim's responses are to that. Particularly starting out from page 15 onwards, then we've got an extensive objection. The issues one of the issues we talked about was that the Muslims consultants didn't employ a hydrologist, and I think one of the issues was raised by one of the public speakers who was a hydrologist, who were raising concern over what is probably one of the major issues that we have in this application, which is that of the potential damage to the water table and the consequent EA concerns that we were talking about earlier. Particularly, it was raised by one of the speakers earlier in relation to the breach of the innermost sports protection zone, which was being breached by building a roundabout unit, and the proposals that are within the application there to build some form of mitigation to that, which don't seem to have been perhaps looked at quite as closely as they could be. Other issues that are of concern. Jeff Elner raised the issue of the veteran trees, and that's clearly an issue that's been touched on by some of the speakers earlier on. There are 38 veteran trees at risk here, and the NPF definition does require that in order to have these removals agreed by committee, that there has to be wholly exceptional circumstances to warrant that, unless we can clearly demonstrate some very, very clear public benefits that outweigh that. And I'm not entirely convinced that the definition of wholly exceptional circumstances has been met, particularly since the application talks about a situation where officers have looked at the options of potentially going with a 60-mile-an-hour road and a 50-mile-an-hour road. A 50-mile-an-hour road clearly would give you the option to retain some of the veteran trees, but the 60-mile-an-hour road does not. So I think that needs more work. I don't think there's been enough work gone on into how the council can mitigate the 49,000 tonnes of CO2 the road will produce during its life. There is clearly other issues in relation to any biological net gain achieved, and currently there isn't any, and that will be contrary to policy CS17 and NBPF Paras 174, 180. That's been pointed out by the Better Shrewsbury Transport report. I've already touched on the issue about rat run, so thank you to Gemma for bringing the information about the modelling, although I'm not entirely convinced about that in respect of the local transport plan. It's been mentioned that the local transport plan is about to be reviewed. Well, that's fair enough. However, this application is being dealt with under the current policy, which is LTFP3. And so consequently, given the fact that we've done no work on alternatives in that for the last couple of decades, it doesn't all go well for this application. I think we've also got issues in relation to some of the issues that were raised by some of the speakers in relation to taking account of changing traffic regulations over the years that this proposal has been looked at. So I think there are some very serious concerns, and I don't think that... I think we're in danger of rushing into dealing with this application before we've had really the opportunity to really get a grasp of these. And I think the most serious one really is, again, down to the problems with the EA not agreeing with the report as we have before us. It says that they are prepared to talk to us about meeting those concerns. Well, my response to that would be, well, what if you can't get agreement with the EA? Do you just plough ahead, or do you come back with a new application, or you just don't do it? I don't think there's any clarity on that at all. I think in those circumstances, I would like to support the deferment.
Thank you, Nigel. I think it was more of a statement than a question, to be fair. Was there? I thought it was more of a statement personally, but if you can answer the questions, if you can get any out of that.
I think the EA have basically indicated they will, if there's a motion to approve, then they will come and talk about conditions, but they won't talk about conditions beforehand, which is not particularly helpful. But clearly they have their own point, they have their own stance. The applicant has their stance to a certain degree as the local planning authority. we're caught in the middle of that. And that's obviously why we've engaged Waterman's to try to unlock that blockage. I think, and it's more a difference of approaches rather than necessarily a disagreement, and it's about getting to that point where we can agree something to move it forward. So I don't think it's unblockable, if you like. I think the issue is the approach. So it's almost, we want this amount of information, X amount of information up front. This amount of information can be provided at present, but to provide that amount of information will cost several more £1 million or whatever, and we're not prepared to do that till we have some kind of certainty. So that's the balancing act, really. I think that's the conundrum that that the authorities in.
Timothy, yeah.
Just to add on to Mike's point about, Waterman did have a hydrologist who were reviewing this as part of the EIA review, and the EIA review was in response to the Environment Agency with the concerns they raised, because as the local planning authority, we wanted to ensure that we were able to rely on the ES. We had internally reviewed it, but we wanted to get external independent view to make sure that it was robust, and the advice back was that it is robust. So that's why we have felt at a point where we can move forward with it, because I think, as Mike indicated, this was about the approach that whether it's dealt with before or after as conditions, but you know, a planning permission subject to conditions, those conditions do need to be complied with. So just because you approve it, the conditions are there, we get that information and they have to submit sufficient information for approval. Environment Agency would be one of those consultees on a number of these conditions who we would be seeking their input on, and therefore this isn't the end game of once permission's gone everything happens. This is just planning permission is given subject to conditions that need to be complied with.
Thank you. I'm just going to go to Julian. You seconded it, then you asked a question after that. I'll go to the speakers. Did you want to carry on from that?
Yeah, I have a series of questions and comments which are not specifically... the last time I needed to get into second it because you asked for a seconder.
So you did that, so you got some more questions.
I have. Thank you. So first of all, with regard to the discussion earlier around the traffic modelling and the percentages, just to clarify with Gemma, the 65% through traffic figure was the figure you gave us, which reduction, but the point is about that figure, most traffic in town is not through traffic. So in terms of a reduction in actual traffic in town, it's not a very helpful figure because it doesn't actually tell us about the amount of traffic in town, including the potentially induced traffic, because people suddenly realise that people aren't driving through, so the road's a bit more free, so you get onto the road. So that's the problem with that figure. In terms of the Tracy's comment about we can't go on for yet another version of this road, the Environment Agency asked for an avoidance approach in April 2021, and it has not been responded to. We do not yet have an avoidance approach. We do not have an approach which avoids the issue, which can be avoided, as far as we can tell, of the borehole by not doing a 60-mile-an-hour road and having a traffic light junction. We do not have a proposal which avoids losing some of the veteran trees simply by having a slower road, which can therefore be a more bendy road. So that has been avoided. The avoidance issue has been avoided. So I don't think it's fair to say we can't keep on going on about these things. It's been avoided. That's why I think the deferment makes sense to ask for that. Coming on to the climate issue, which hasn't really been discussed yet. So Matt Johnson made a comment about blimey, it's getting confusing, isn't it? About reduction of CO2. But let's face it, the EIA report says that there's a significant adverse effect in terms of an increase of greenhouse gas emissions, and therefore there are all sorts of proposals to try and mitigate those. And what we get in the reports, we get the planning authority, effectively, to be honest with you, and I hate to say it, I think spinning on the possibilities for carbon emission mitigation. So they say, for example, the fast-moving industry around carbon capture and offsetting, as if there's some exciting thing around the corner which is going to allow us to offset the carbon emissions. That is called moral hazard. There is a real moral hazard involved in that approach. In other words, it's about saying, yeah, we'll get on with this because somebody else is going to sort it out for us, without actually having the evidence that we can do it ourselves. We don't have the evidence in terms of the biochar scheme. The biochar scheme came to full council last month. There was nothing in it about that being there to mitigate the North West Relief Road. In fact, it needs to mitigate other emissions that the council already has. So we can't double count that. So my argument on the climate emergency stuff in particular is that there's a real moral hazard here, that we are heading into making claims, unfounded claims, that somebody is going to sort out the emissions from the road. And when I say sort out the emissions from the road, let's be clear, that has to be within the timescale of the climate emergency. There is no point in reaching a net zero point some stage in 50, 60 years in the future. The government requires it by 2050. We as a council have committed to 2030. We do not have any proposals coming forward that show that we are able to mitigate the emissions in that timescale. The final point is the one about the wholly exceptional circumstances around the trees. And I think frankly, I think it's a bit of a killer point, because the wholly exceptional circumstances relies not just on the traffic modelling, which many of us think is out of date because it's pre-pandemic and people's habits have changed. It also relies on the economic case. In the paper itself, it says it relies on the economic case. The economic case itself relies on the figures, and I'll quote you the figures, of a £266 million uplift in terms of Shropshire's economy. Now that doesn't sound bad if the road costs 85 million, but we all know the road isn't going to cost 85 million. So that economic case is massively out of date. In other words, the exceptional circumstances are wholly reliant on the full business case, which we have not yet heard. And at that stage, the chances are that what was once potentially wholly exceptional becomes piffling, frankly, in terms of any economic uplift that we can see in comparison to the costs of the road. So the wholly exceptional circumstances is really paper thin and relies on out-of-date economic forecasts for this road. So I'm going to be supporting the deferment, but if we don't get a deferment, then I'm going to be opposing the scheme, because I don't think we have any evidence really that there is wholly exceptional circumstances that is going to get much past the full business case as we work towards it. And at this stage, I don't think it's strong enough to justify that wholly exceptional circumstances, which is absolutely required by the NPPF in order to remove some of those veteran trees.
Thank you, Julian. Do you want to come back, Mark?
The wholly exceptional circumstances relates to the veteran trees only. In terms of the financial side of this, that's not for the local planning authority to consider that in terms of the cost of the road. That's not our remit. That would be made by full council, and that would obviously go before full council to make a decision. What we're doing here is deciding whether the environmental impacts are acceptable or not, and that would then allow the full council to move forward to a decision as whether to build a road. So the decision being made here is not about deciding to build a road. That will be made by full council, and they would obviously take on the financial impacts of that and take that into consideration.
Through the chair, that's not entirely true, is it? Because the economic case is part of the case for the exceptional circumstances. The economic case, in part, relies on the cost of the road. Doesn't matter who's paying for it, by the way. The cost, it might be paid for by our MP, it might be paid for by the government, it might be paid for by the council, but in terms of the actual business case and the economic uplift compared to the cost of the road, whoever pays for it, that measure, whatever it's called, the IB, some economists will know, the value-added stuff, that measure is actually what will tell us whether or not this scheme has a wholly exceptional economic case. So that is part of what we have to consider, and I don't consider that to be robust enough.
Tracy, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. You're right, the economic case is in the planning balance with the wholly exceptional circumstances around the tree. That is what committee does today, and has to balance all that and decide whether it's minded to approve or refuse the application. So the cost of the scheme is interesting, but it is not the bit today that is around the decision point. How much the scheme costs is not the economic case and argument here today. That's about the benefits that are brought forward with a scheme like this. The economic benefits are how people travel around Shrewsbury, how quickly they can get from point A to B, the pollution, the reduction in pollution issues, all those things are all put in the planning balance here today, and it's for you as the decision maker to decide what weight's given on that. Just to pick up on the EA point, the EA have been clear to us that they do not object, they do not support, and they are not neutral. Their exact words to us. They're not supporting it, they're not objecting, and they don't want to be neutral. So how do we move forward from that position? It is very difficult. What they have confirmed to us is if the local planning authority approves this application, they will then work with us to identify what those conditions are. That's their position. That's their position the Friday before we publish the agenda. So it's just to be clear, we cannot move them from that. That is why we have brought in and spent a lot of money on bringing independent consultants in to assess all the EA work that's been done with the applicant to see, you know, we are the planning authority. We are not experts in that field, and that's why we brought those experts in to help you as a committee understand the issues and come to a decision point today. Thank you.
Through the chair, just to
Thank you, Tracy. Just hang on. I think you've explained it very well. It's been explained before. She's done it again. The committee have heard it several times. We cannot go further with this application. If it's improved, then they can do more work. I don't know what else they can say, to be fair.
So, through the chair, so the point being that still avoids the avoidance approach. What we haven't had is any response to the perfectly sensible suggestion that there are ways of avoiding many of these issues. So we haven't got a response on the avoidance approach is my point. Let's get to the nub of this. The problem here is that in order that the avoidance approach will require a slower road with a traffic light, and suddenly the economic case, which Tracy's just explained, is in part reliant on traffic movements, will start to fall apart even more. That's the reason they're avoiding the avoidance approach, because it will weaken the economic case for the road. So that's the reason, which we're not being told, why the avoidance approach is being avoided.
I think that subject's too big for this now. We've got a plan in front of us. We are here to decide what's in front of us today. You're talking about a different application, different way around it, etc., etc. So we are deciding on what's in front of us today. So, Tabitha, okay.
I think you pretty much said what I was actually going to say, Chair. So it was just the applications in front of us, and there have been reviews of veteran trees, as Martin has already discussed earlier in the debate.
Thank you. So, we have more speakers down. David Evans.
Thank you. I've listened to the debate today, fair debate. But what we're all sure of, Shrewsbury needs a North-West Relief Road. Keep on about slowing down traffic. The whole idea of building North-West Relief Road or bypassing any other areas is to keep the flow of traffic moving. Not crawling along at 20 mile an hour in Wales or whatever. We need to keep the traffic flowing. Traffic lights don't keep traffic flowing, they hold traffic up. And I say, we do need the North-West Relief Road for Shrewsbury. We do need to keep traffic flowing, so taking it down to 40 mile an hour doesn't keep traffic flowing, it builds up emissions. We talk about traffic lights instead of roundabout. Traffic lights holds traffic up, it doesn't keep it moving. And we've got to keep traffic moving, not slowing it up. All right, we've heard about the trees. There's been other bypasses built all over the country. We do lose trees, but there's a funding put in place to replace trees. This bypass, Relief Road, will give a boundary to Shrewsbury to work to in future. I've seen in other towns, we don't want an urban sprawl, we need a boundary to work to. And this North-West Relief Road gives Shrewsbury a boundary to work to. And I don't think slowing traffic down is the answer. I think keep traffic moving is the answer, not slowing it down.
Thank you, David. Okay, Roger.
Thank you, Chairman. In relation to the last speaker, before I start on this, is that motorways and the engineers who look after motorways say 50 mile an hour is better on sometimes on motorways because it keeps traffic moving and it stops the stop-start all the time. So they take a little bit different attitude in saying a slower on the motorways quite often keeps the traffic moving and there's less pollution. But what I wanted to say, Chairman, was that, and I would like it logged about my comments, that I think the way this committee dealt with the speakers earlier on today was not good, was not democratic. A number of the questions have not been answered. The hydrologist raised questions and we now have an answer because it was raised by a member. To ignore those concerns from the residents, the parish councils and the councillors and not receive answers from officers, I don't think that is the way that I think this council should be running. If one looks at Montford Bridge and Wright and 11 towns, for me, it's Shropshire Council who have deserted those villages because they're, as a highways authority, they can take action, they can reduce the way that vehicles access those roads to go through those roads to get from the A5 up to Battlefield. Highways Authority can do that at any time, could have done it in the last 40 years, and all they've done is ignored it. And then to carry on, again, the point I raised earlier on about the list of background papers, in the reports it says quite definitely, and it doesn't make any exception about planning applications, it says that list of background papers, this must, in capital letters, this must be complied with for all reports. It hasn't today. There are reports in this which makes note about the Oxon Relief Road. We've seen about the alternative roads which were looked at, and this is the one that's there. I can remember being at a committee meeting when the Oxon Relief Road was discussed and there was concerns expressed, and I'm sure it was a planning meeting, about the access across the Oxon Relief Road from the one village into Shrewsbury, and there were concerns by residents then. But I'm surprised that there isn't here now. EA report, I note, if the local authority was dealing with an applicant outside, a private applicant, and the local authority say, we need that information about bats, we need that information about drainage, that applicant would have to comply. No matter what the cost would be to that applicant, the local authority, the planning authority, could say, we're not going to look at it because we will not validate that application. And to take that attitude to the EA, because it's going to cost the local authority money, we will not do it. Again, everybody should be treated in a similar fashion. And then the economic and growth. It is mentioned in here that there is a 5.33 profit cost ratio. Benefit cost ratio, sorry. 5.33. How was that arrived at? Was that using the 2019 traffic analysis and the information from then, or is that up to date? And to get that sort of cost benefit through it, what is going to be the cost of the road? We don't know what the cost of the road is. It could be double, as was shown in a recent report which went to council, which was by mistake, and it said, no, it shouldn't have been there. We have no actual cost of this road, so how can a 5.33 cost-benefit analysis, which is part of the economic case for this, appear in it? Traffic moving. Yeah, and as I said right at the start, this Northwest Relief Road, it is a relief road. Why does it have to be 60? It could be 50, it could be 40. It would make that road even safer. And I would have thought the economic benefit, I don't know what it would be, and I would like to hear comments as why 60 was adopted, was 50 or lower ever looked at, and the cost-benefit analysis, how that 5.33 arrived at. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Roger. Mike, can you, I mean, there's statements there, which is your personal view on how we run this committee, which is your prerogative. I don't agree with them, obviously. I've been here long enough to do it our way. You've been in the south, that's fine. So if you can answer any of those questions, Mike, please.
I mean, it's the application before us, so the application's come in by the applicant with a local planning authority, and that was for a 60-mile-an-hour speed limit. Obviously, it's been a long time in gestation. There's been a lot of debate about trying to move, in terms of avoidance, but it's quite difficult because there's a lot of geometry involved with a 60-mile-an-hour road, and it has been quite difficult in terms of being able to manoeuvre to change the direction of that. We've sought to do some avoidance, but it has been quite difficult because of the nature of that road, and that's the thing that's the scheme that's in front of us as the local planning authority, and that's for us to consider. It's not for us to redesign it for the applicant. That's the applicant's prerogative. And if we get a scheme, say, from Barrett's in front of us, we can make suggestions to them, but they don't have to take them on board. We have to make a decision based on what is in front of us.
Chairman, if I can, there's one point I missed out, and that was the Oxon Park and Ride. I notice in it is recommended as part of it that would be used for contractors to park on. What I would like to make a comment about is that half of Oxon Park and Ride may be used by the Royal Shrewsbury Hospital in their expansion plans. They are going around Shropshire and saying that whilst they're building the new hospital, if it gets planning permission, whilst they're building a new hospital, Oxon Park and Ride, a lot of that will be used as overspill for the Royal Shrewsbury Hospital. So are we going to have two conflicts using this, which should be a park and ride, and so the park and ride customers will have nowhere to go?
I take that on board. I think what we're going to be looking at, we'll be looking at a construction environmental plan, and that will be dealt with by a pre-commencement condition. The idea would be that would be control sort of highway movements of HGVs deliveries, also the environmental impacts, and also the ecological impacts. But clearly, we'd do the same thing with Royal Shrewsbury Hospital. And what we would do, we would hopefully, if they'd obviously need agreement with the park and ride operator, which is the council. So I would expect that effectively that would be managed. So it might be that the one compound follow the other. But we certainly, the intention is that at least the Oxon Park and Ride will continue at least at 50% capacity during the construction period.
Chairman, can you answer one of Roger's questions, please?
So, yeah, I think I can offer a little bit of clarity with regard to the Oxon Park and Ride. So as Mike's outlined within the construction method statement, it has indicated that the site compound would take up 50% of the site itself, but that would be subject to a planning condition and also re-evaluated at the time of construction in terms of what's best for Shropshire Council in terms of the operation of the Oxon Park and Ride. There are various different options being put forward in terms of the future of the Park and Ride site there, and nothing yet has been determined, so it would be re-evaluated at the time, like I say, to evaluate what's in the best interest of Shropshire Council and from a highway perspective, but also the operation of the Park and Ride, so it's to be determined really.
Thank you, Chairman. Okay, Ted, your name's been down here quite a while, don't worry, I haven't forgotten you. Go for it.
Are you receiving me? I'm sorry, I'll be very brief. I'm afraid I'm grateful to everybody for being so patient. Not least the chairman. I think you're doing quite well, to be honest. I'm sorry, I can't support this recommendation as long as the words are still in it from the environmental agency saying that significant risk is possible to the Shrewsbury water supply. I think there's got to be something a lot more substantial in terms of response before I can move anywhere on that. It is a very significant statement, and it appears to be overlooked by much of the discussion, although two of the contributors from the floor did mention it. I think it's the critical issue. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ted. Can I able to come back with that? In terms of, yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah. Okay. Could you want to come back with that? I mean, you've explained so much. You've got to work together once the planning mission's been there. It's a similar sort of scenario as the other one, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I fully appreciate the comment and your concerns on that. Obviously, we've looked at the information put in front of us, put by the applicant. We're assessing that in how we'd look at it, which is coming the same way as WSP. We've taken into account Best's comments again. And obviously, it's Severn Trent have now come round to that way of thinking. We're happy with the input parameters, the model, etc. There will always be questions between different professionals about a ground model because it's not something you can see. You're interpreting from individual places, so individual boreholes, because it will change. So there will be small differences in that assessment. There always will be. But we fundamentally follow the same approach, and the Environment Agency, if they're not, they had their original comments at an earlier stage. Things have moved on from there with the Severn Trent, because Severn Trent's original responses were quite negative as well. Now they've the additional work that's been done and presented to them has satisfied Severn Trent, but I don't believe there's been very much in the way of correspondence with the Environment Agency since then, which is the issue that we've got. Hence, Mike recommending this be a condition so that we can get that discussion with them and get that approval.
Thank you. I think we're all concerned about it, Ted, to be honest. Yeah. Okay. Nigel.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a couple of points, really. I just wondered whether Watermans would like the opportunity to respond in more detail to the critique that's been levelled in the additional letters. I haven't heard them do that yet. Also, I haven't had a response from officers in terms to the fact that it's been pointed out also in that response that there's no biological net gain achieved, contrary to policies CS17 and NPPF powers 174 and 180. I haven't had a response to that. And also, the officers don't seem to yet to have responded to the details as to the concerns that were raised about the potential breaching of the innermost source protection zone in terms of water. It was raised by the hydrologist, if you remember, and I haven't had a satisfactory response to that. Thank you.
Did anybody get that? Because you just mumbled a bit there, Nigel. I'm sorry, did anybody hear it clearly? No? Just slow it down, Nigel, and just be more clear.
Try again. Sorry. I mentioned earlier that there was a critique in the additional schedule of letters which we've had, which was a critique of your report about the EIA, and I haven't heard any specific response in rebuttal to that because it was quite critical. Also, officers haven't responded in relation to the concern I raised earlier about whether or not biological net gain had been achieved as a part of this application, contrary to policy CS17 and NPPF powers 174, 180. Also, don't seem to have had a well, to my mind anyway, I haven't had a conclusive response to the issue raised by one of the speakers, I think, who was the hydrologist, talking about the innermost source protection zone being breached by the building with a roundabout within it. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah. So In relation to the critique of the document, there were a number of points raised in that. Excuse me. Initially, regarding, there was a comment saying there was no conceptual site model in the original documents. Well, there are in there, so I can formally respond to that. There is a conceptual model because you cannot do an assessment without it. There's some other comments regarding additional work. There has been some more data done, I believe, but again, that's only been recent. We accept it's complex geology, complex situation there, as best have highlighted as well. And the assessment is done on a very conservative approach. There are the scenario is quite a specific scenario of an accident, etc., of tankers. Accepting that, there's a level of risk involved with that, hence the assessment's been based on that. And on top of that, then the design has taken into account the drainage design, etc., seal systems, etc., is another level of protection. So there's the assessment of the transport of the contaminants, etc., through the ground into the water, groundwater, etc., to affect whether it affects the abstraction points. And then but then on top of that, there's the additional protection that the design itself provides. But that, obviously, that is the detailed design. So that's there in principle at the moment. So that there's ponds, etc., which are lined, so there will be containment as well. So we accept that there's the complex situation, but we still consider that the approach that's been taken by WSP, their approach, is the correct approach on the basis of all the information that's there, which is a lot of information, more than enough for a schema like this. There's more than enough ground investigation data there. That's been that's our consideration of it. Just check the next one. Then, yeah, the next point, Severn Trent Water, which we've discussed numerous times in the last hour or two. There's a requirement for a turbidity protocol and also piling method statement. That comes up a number of times. It's come up in some of the conversations, some of the correspondence. Accept that the turbidity protocol is required, but recommend that that's a condition. And again, with the piling risk assessment, now you won't be able to formally do that. You need the detailed design. So basically, you're going to be designing the viaduct to actually get to that point. Now, the WSP are stating that they don't expect, that the piles won't impact the groundwater. But obviously, that's a statement at the moment, but there has to be detailed design. And then the piling method statement can be produced. Hence, again,
is it not usual for that to be done before you get to the planning application stage, particularly when the groundwater source is at risk?
You would need to do the full design of the bridge, because you need the loads of the bridge to then design the piles. You can't just... So they'll have made a very high-level assessment, would be my guess, that that's the case. But the detailed design, because it would be size of pile, number of piles, it's a pile set rather than individuals.
Thank you, Phil. I think that's good. Thank you very much. Suzanne, can you step in and just sort of help out here, please?
Oh yeah, yeah, it's come on, the light's come on now. So just responding in regards to biodiversity net gain. There are irreplaceable habitats that are impacted and lost. So the whole scheme overall can't demonstrate biodiversity net gain. However, in terms of the assessment that the applicants have done, there is a increase in habitat units and a change with regards to replaceable habitats of 16.82%, and then there's a lot more hedge row going in as well than is lost. But with regards to the actual detail, there is the wet woodland priority habitat that isn't being compensated for, what it might be compensated for in a like-to-like fashion. So there is the possibility that that can be adequately offset. However, it might not be possible. You'll see there's a condition about that, and it might be compensated for by non-wet woodland habitat.
That refer to the double counting that was mentioned in here, that some of the habitat replacement has been designed to replace woodland, and it doesn't replace the wetlands. Is that
that's correct? Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, thank you. We have a couple more speakers. Roy.
Oh. Yeah, got it. It's just a quick question, actually, and a couple of points afterwards. Severn Trent, are they solely responsible for providing fresh water, etc., for Shrewsbury? Yes? I assume that's key. And Severn Trent Water are, if they are responsible, are working with us on this project and have accepted the project in its entirety. Have they?
Yeah, I can answer the first question, Chair. John Bellis, Flooders Manager for Shropshire Council. Yep, Severn Trent are the only water and sewage company covering the Shrewsbury area.
Right, so yes, and they are. I gather they are in support of it, and I'll go that to Waterman's. Thank you. The other thing I would just like to add a couple of points. This question of avoidance, that would mean reviewing things like speed limits and so forth, which would mean we'd have to look at all the work that's been done so far, review it, recalculate it, and how long did it take to get to the point we're at now? 3.5 years. So I'm not particularly keen on seeing that happen. I've got to agree with colleagues that of the carbon output, surely, particularly under the arches near the railway station, is going to be reduced considerably by this construction, because the traffic will actually be moving around the town instead of stuck under there waiting for the traffic lights to change. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Roy. Okay, Roger.
Only quick one, Chairman. In 10 years, the number of vehicles using petrol and diesel will be much reduced anyway. But why I put my hand up, Chairman, was that I have every faith in Tracy being able to write conditions. However, I'm an elected member. I am answerable to the public, and I want to be able to justify it and say, yes, I made that decision and not left it for officers. So I understand that, but I would want to be involved in making the decisions, if it did go through today, of the decisions which allows it to go ahead, and I am against leaving it for officers to make decisions on this type of planning application, which is very important for the whole of Shropshire, of not getting all members of the committee, and I respect to the chairman and vice chairman, but we are a planning committee and we should be able to agree those conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Roger. I think Tracy did allude to that she would come to committee with some of the things. So I think that's in It's there in black and white. Tracy, you can confirm that.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's absolutely fine. If,
Oh, we can add it now
members,
if
Yeah.
it's approved, okay? We can put it as a condition. Okay, right. We've had a pretty good debate on this. I'm thinking we have something on the table, we have a deferral on the table and a seconder. I think we ought to take that, Miranda. Will it be, sorry? Recorded vote.
I second that.
Okay, recorded votes.
Okay.
Recorded at the back of the room.
Are they clear the reasons for the deferral, Barry?
The reasons for the deferral be,
I'm just double checking.
okay.
It was a few pages ago. It was about the EA, wasn't it? They wanted the recorded vote information
About the EA,
until we have proper
David?
figures
Yeah, the essential thing.
and proper figures to do with the traffic modelling.
Proper figures to do with the traffic modelling, David. Yeah, that's another one.
Post-pandemic, yeah.
Traffic figures for the modelling. Yeah, yeah. I think that's the main thing.
Okay, Chair.
So we can do the recorded vote. Okay.
Members, you've heard the proposition which has been seconded, which is to defer the application for further information regarding the traffic modelling and the post-pandemic modelling, and also around the EA position, to give their input and get to the point where they are in support, I believe was the note that I made of Councillor Vasma's comments. So I will now ask you whether you are for, against or abstain. Please indicate when I read your name out. Councillor Oldcroft.
Against.
Councillor Barrow.
Against.
Councillor Clark.
For.
Councillor Dean.
For.
Councillor Elner. Councillor David Evans. Councillor Roger Evans.
For.
Councillor Hartin.
For.
Councillor Hunt.
Against.
Councillor Vasma. Councillor Wynne.
Against.
That is 6 against, Chair, and 5 for, so that has fallen.
Thanks. Sorry. Thank you, Miranda. Okay, so I'm looking for another proposal. David was first, Nigel, sorry.
I think you were, yes.
Can you use your microphone, please, David?
Sorry.
Oh,
sorry.
Chair
No,
one.
no,
Don't grab the knob thingy.
I vote we go with the officer's report and give them the scheme of delegation to make sure everything is sorted out with conditions, and then bring it back to this committee. All the commission conditions?
With the conditions on to be heard again going through.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yep.
Do I have a seconder for that?
I'll second
Roy
that.
seconds it. Okay.
Call for recorded.
Oh,
And seconded.
okay, yep, fine. Recorded vote again.
You want me to put that, Chair?
Yes, I'm fine, yeah, happy with that.
Chair, could we repeat that? I'm going deaf or daft or both.
Yeah, please, Randy, yeah.
Through you, Chair, the proposition is that the matter should be in accordance with the officer recommendation, save that the conditions, when agreed, will be brought back to this committee for approval. That is correct, is it not? Yes, thank you, Councillor Evans. That has been proposed and seconded, so we will now put that to the recorded vote. Councillor Oldcroft.
For.
Councillor Barrow.
For.
Councillor Clark.
Against.
Councillor Dean.
Against.
Councillor Elner. Councillor David Evans. Councillor Roger Evans.
Against.
Councillor Hartin.
Against.
Councillor Hunt.
For.
Councillor Vasma. Councillor Wynne.
For.
Chair, that is 6 for and 5 against. That motion is therefore carried.
Thank you, Miranda. Going on to the agenda again. So the application has been passed, which is put in front of us today. Date of the next meeting, okay, let's move on to the next item. Date of the next meeting, 7th of November. Can I also request the committee members to remain seated until the public have left the chamber? Thank you very much for your attendance. Thank you, officers, for all your work. Yeah.
Meeting closed. Can I turn the live stream? Meeting closed, Chair?
Oh, yes, we can close. Yes, please.
Live stream.
Thank you.